Welcome to the May 19th meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board. Superintendent, will you take the roll, please?
Yes, Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Hoover?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Short?
Here.
Mr. Huey?
Here.
All are here tonight.
All right, we will be going into closed session on matters related to students, employer-employee relations matters, conference with legal counsel regarding litigation, conference with real property negotiators, and personnel matters. Are there any public comments before we go into closed session?
Nothing virtually, Mr. Reed.
Oh, all right. Then we will adjourn to closed session, and for the benefit of the public, we expect to be back at 6 p.m. sharp. Thank you. All right, welcome back to the May 19th meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education. If you would please stand and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. The meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, and/or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency, and all written comments submitted to the board by 3 p.m. today have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. The superintendent will call roll for the board to acknowledge receipt of the electronic comments submitted by 3 p.m. today as it pertains to the board's meeting. Superintendent, please call the roll.
Yes, Ms. Gow? Here. Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Hoover?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Mr. Short?
Here.
Mr. Huey?
Here.
All are accounted for. Thank you.
All right. Reporting out of closed session. Superintendent.
Yes, we have a board decision that was made in closed session. The board voted unanimously to initiate recommended termination proceedings against a district teacher.
All right, and that's it?
That's it.
All right. Moving on to adoption of the agenda.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Clark, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent, take the roll, please.
Ms. Gow? Aye. Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Huey?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, that takes us to agenda item 7 on special presentations. Superintendent.
Well, we have a couple of presentations tonight, and we're going to start by recognizing our student board member, Alice Gow. This is her last official meeting as our student board member, and she has done an amazing job. We have a certificate of appreciation for her, but before we get to that and share some of everybody's highlights of Alice, I wanted to share a few myself, and then we'll present you with a certificate, Alice. If I were to summarize Ms. Gow's leadership this last year, she has definitely been a voice for the students and has lifted that up, I think, in a way that has been above and beyond what we've seen in the past. And I have several examples of how she has really expanded the voice and the footprint of SAB and student board membership. She's been very, very involved in a lot of our board policies that have come forward this year and has brought forward the student voice. She's surveyed students on some of our policies, such as our equity board policy, restorative practices, cell phone policy, dress code policy, and she has truly been an advocate for access to students for academic and for social emotional support. And some of those examples that have occurred this last year, for instance, are restoring the 7-period day at Mitchell Middle School. She was worked very closely with the student body there, and very thankful for her support on that. The support of the Community Schools Grant, which we submitted as of April, and just heard that we are funded for that. She spent a lot of time working with Sac State and with Carrie Kay and with our SEL team in bringing forward that grant and how students would like to see the resources coming about to the students where we're looking to have those community schools. She's been an advocate for student mental health and access to resources such as Care Solace when we brought that forward. She's spearheaded student feedback around school safety many times throughout the year. She has championed the effort to increase the number of student board members from 1 to 2, and that was no easy feat. She had to get a minimum of 500 signatures on a petition to do that, which she did. She brought forward over 600 signatures on a petition, and as of last week, we have 2 student board members that I'll introduce to you in just a moment. And we are going to be expanding the dais to accommodate our 2 new board members. But we can thank Alice for her advocacy for revisiting that board policy. And most recently, she and Dr. Peace and her SAB members created the first annual student forum, which highlighted Mr. Tyson Amir as the keynote speaker, and also included our SAB members as facilitators on several topics of interest for our students that she and her team asked the student body, and I think out of about 1,000 surveys back, areas of interest and need that students want to learn more about. Those are just a few examples of what Alice has done and stepped up, and when I say increased and lifted student voice and the footprint of SAB and student board membership, she has truly done that and made it happen this year. So all of these leadership experiences will serve her well as she crosses the first of many finish lines in her career on her K-12 journey, but in preparation for her newest adventure as a UCLA Bruin. So we thank Ms. Gao on behalf of the board, and the district team wish you continued success. And we have a certificate of appreciation for Alice, and I'm sure the board members may want to say a few things too.
Yeah, actually, why don't we say a couple comments, and then maybe we can take a group picture down below. All right. Let me just start by saying, Alice, you know, it's been a pleasure working with you in the past year. And I have to tell you a couple of things that, just observations, and the superintendent did touch on several of them. We've always been blessed with very active, proactive students serving in the role of the student board member. Definitely since I've been on, but even a couple of years before I even got on, I used to attend the school board meetings. I was always very impressed with our student board members. But you kind of took it up a notch in that, you know, it's the first time that I ever saw a student board member regularly attend committee meetings. It was the first time that I saw a student board member attend a school visit. And you probably attended more than one. It was just one that I was at in particular. And then also the CSBA. I mean, you know, our student board members have always attended the CSBA, and I think learned a lot from the CSBA. But not only did you learn a lot, you came back with ideas based on what you learned. And in particular, you learned that the education code allowed school districts to expand the board representation up to a maximum of 2 students. And you came back with a mission, and you accomplished that mission. So very proud of everything that you've done, and just, you know, obviously wish you well. And just a point of clarification from the superintendent. Technically, the student board's members' term goes from July 1st to June 30th, does it not?
It does, but yes, it does.
So even though the school year has ended, if Alice wanted to attend our remaining board meetings in the month of June, I want to make sure that she knows she's more than welcome to do so.
I offered that in-invitation, but I know she's got some.
I would love to.
Okay. Well, there we go. There we go.
All right, we'll start down here, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I'll say the two words that come to my mind when I think about your impact on this board are fearless and thoughtful. I know for me personally, I've driven home on more than one night and just considered how you led me on this board. The one that stands out to me the most is when we were talking about masking and you were in a room full of people that you knew when you opened your mouth to speak, they were not going to agree with what you said. But you thoughtfully stated what you thought on behalf of yourself and the students that you know. Honestly, I thought often about that, hoping for at least a measure of that courage myself. So I think that will take you a long way. Really appreciate the impact you've had on us. Could mention so many things that Dr. Kaligian has mentioned, but just leave you with that. So thank you for your time and thanks for leading this board.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark?
Thank you. Well, Alice, I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. You've been a leader. And, when we're up here on the dais, we're used to dodging bullets and taking the heat. And it makes us develop that thick skin early on. But you just showed some composure. You held firm and you made decisions that may not have been popular, but hey, you did what you had to do, and you're a great leader for that. I hope when you're at UCLA, you continue to do that in some way, shape, or form. I'm glad that you're going to hang around for a while, and I'm glad that you brought on the 2 additional board members, but I wish there was a way we can make you board member emeritus or something and keep you around forever. Maybe you can zoom in, I don't know, but I'm just thankful for everything that you've done. Your leadership, your voice in this district. I wasn't aware that she did a couple of site visits, but thank you for doing that. I think our younger students need to see that, So I just want to thank you for everything that you've done. I wish you nothing but the best, and that you'll always have a support system here in case you need to reach out.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mr. Hoover?
Thank you, Alice. It's just repeating a lot of what's already been said, but thank you. It's been great serving with you. And, we obviously have been able to work with a lot of student board members over the years. And I would say it's been really great working with you because no matter what the topic is, you never shy away from sharing where you stand. And I think that's important because we not only do we need a student perspective up here, but we also need to have a dialogue and talk about where we disagree and where we agree and come to the right solution. So thank you for never being afraid to speak up and say what you believe. And I'll be honest, I think this new policy, adding the second board member, is probably the biggest accomplishment that I've ever seen a student board member make on this board. We don't see a lot of major policy changes, coming from student board members. And that was a huge policy change that's going to, double our student voice on this board. And so thank you for bringing that idea forward and working very hard to bring it to fruition. So I'm very excited for that. And because of that, I think your legacy is going to live on this board because you were the one that really put that into place. So, and just finally, as you mentioned, you were choosing between Cal and UCLA, and I'm very thankful you chose correctly. And I am very excited to welcome you to the Bruin family as well. Go Bruins. So good luck at UCLA.
Thank you.
Mr. Short?
I just want to say thank you, and it was a pleasure. Actually sitting right next to you, and I see you always over there working on things. But I think, without repeating it, I think what you did with the 2-student board was an exemplary leadership. And the way you did it in such speed when you brought a lot of the students together was really something that I saw that was just amazing. I said, you really did that in that little short period of time? No, that's just amazing to me. So just like we all said, it's gonna impact generations after generations of this board because the 2 members are gonna be here forever after that. So I wanna thank you for that. And you have a bright future, and I just wanna thank you for all you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's get a picture.
And Mr. President, may I introduce our new 2 student board members that were selected at the forum last week?
Please, please.
Yes, we have 2 students filling as our 2 student board members. Our first one is Ria Srivastava from Vista del Lago. Ria, are you here? Yeah, there she is. Just a little bit about Ria. She is an incoming senior at Vista del Lago. She served as secretary for the SAB this school year and demonstrates a robust understanding of the board's processes and functions well with the responsibilities of student board member. Within FCUSD, Ria has served on various committees such as Equity Advisory Committee, School Health Advisory Committee, and FCUSD School Safety Steering Committee. Ria, we're really excited to have you on board, and we know you're going to get a lot of support in the transition here, but congratulations and welcome.
Thank you so much, and I'm really excited to be representing all the students, and I think I speak for Rocio as well when I say having us 2 on the board is more like having 20,000 students, because our biggest priority is going to be to amplify students in the coming years. So I look forward to working with you all more and representing the students. Thank you.
And our second board member for 22-23 is Rocio Perez. Congratulations, Rocio. She is an incoming senior at Cordova High School. Rocio currently serves on the SAB, and in addition to SAB, she participates in community events such as blood drives, Kids Day at the Park, river cleanup, and volunteering at the food locker. During this school year, Rocio served as the student government secretary, and she was recently elected as the senior class vice president for CHS student government. So congratulations, welcome on board. We're very excited to have you join our team as well.
Thank you so much and good evening. I just wanted to go on to Ria's statement that I am so excited to be bringing great contributions to our school district and my community, and I am looking forward to everything that will be ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And why don't we grab a picture with the board and the 2 new student board members as well?
With that.
Put Alice in the middle too.
Everybody, I'm going to give you a 1, 2, 3. Cheese and one more. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you so much. And Mr. President, we have another acknowledgement of a group of students tonight, and I'm very excited to introduce our teams, our academic decathlon teams from Folsom High School and Vista del Lago. They participated in the 2022 academic decathlon, and the theme this year was water, a most essential resource. Both schools placed in numerous categories, and we'll have students share an overview of their presentation. And at this time, I want to thank Ms. Wilson for all of her leadership in academic decathlon and her team of staff members and our students. So take it away, Melinda.
Thank you. You guys want to come on up? My name is Melinda Wilson. Thank you so much for allowing us to present here tonight. As you can see, those are the competing team members for the 2022 Folsom High School team.
And I'm Brittany Shapley. I'm the Vista del Lago academic decathlon coach. Thank you for having us.
Okay. We're going to let them do most of the talking.
Hi, my name is Aubrey Coyne, and I'm a member of Folsom High School's academic decathlon team. Our topic of study for this year was water, a most essential resource, along with the corresponding topics making up the curriculum. When learning about the art and music of the unit, we touched on water as a source of inspiration, a reason to create, and a tool to do it. What we studied showed us water is more than just a resource. In addition, it is an object of beauty to be appreciated. In literature, we read works such as The Sea Wolf by Jack London, which stressed water as not only an aesthetic of setting, but a character in itself, highlighting its role in a community setting.
Thank you, Aubrey, for starting us off. In the economic subject, Adam Smith's Paradox of Value talks about how the more abundant an entity is, the less value it starts to have. However, if there's one thing I learned about an academic decathlete, it's that nothing is ever the way it seems. The central theme for this year was water, and our Earth is 70% water, and to say it's incredibly valuable is an understatement. And we can see throughout our history subject that we learned how water has shaped diverse civilizations throughout the entire world throughout history. And through our science subject, we learned how such resources must be conserved for future generations to come. In the end, water is much more than just the hydrogen atoms binded to a single oxygen atom. Rather, it is a crucial aspect of our lives that has shaped who we are today. Thank you.
So I'm going to speak briefly to this section. I know you appreciate the fact that what we do ties into various things and strands within the learning essentials of our school. As one of your 30-year teachers in the district, I have been doing this program for 26 years. It was handed to me as a club back in the 90s. And went to 2 weeks before, the person said, just have them study this. And we went, and we were dead last. And I don't like to be last. So I went to then Jill Solberg. I mean, the respect we've had of principals and support over the years has been phenomenal. Went to Jill Solberg and said that the kids need a class because it's not in the budget. So I showed up every morning before school. We made it a class for the kids. I taught it outside of my day, but they got credit for it. We took 6th place that year and most improved school, and it's been nonstop ever since. It then showed them, and Jill fought with the district and got it into the curriculum. It went from a class where we got into the top 5 to become part of our actual curriculum, and we changed it to humanities so the kids get A to G credit. We got connected with Sac State to give them ACE credit. And over these 26 years under Mr. Richards, Paul Richards, we took 1st place for the first time. It was an extraordinary moment because we took it away from Bella Vista, who had had it for 17 years running. And we were on the news. It was very exciting for the kids. And since then, under Catherine Alleman, we were able to make it a UC credit for the kids because they work hard in these classes, as you're going to hear from them. And over the next number of years, we've taken 6 times we've been first at Folsom High, 15 times we've gone to state. It's part of the GPS program. It's UC approved. It's been such an eye-opener. It's such a blessing to see where these kids go. And so I'm going to turn it back over to them. And yeah.
Hello, I'm Srijana Puluri, and I'm a senior at Vista del Lago. This past year was my 3rd year doing academic, and the last 3 years definitely have been very different from each other. The first year was perfectly normal. 2nd year, suddenly it was all online. We had Zoom classes, the competition was online. And I'm so grateful that this year, being my last year, we were back to a little bit of normalcy. And I'm really grateful to Folsom High School for hosting our competition this year, because it definitely brought back that sense of competition a little bit more when we were able to see all these other people competing with us. The super quiz is always the best part, being able to see all of these other people who have done the same thing as us, who have put in the same amount of time. And I'd like to ask Radha.
My name is Radha, and I'm a junior at Folsom High. And this year's county competition was definitely a great experience because we got to host it at Folsom High, which really brought out my pride in the campus. And we ultimately took 1st place, which was just reinstating my pride in the school. And it was just really nice to see all the schools there at the campus that I had spent a few years in. and it was just a really great experience overall.
My name is Paige Anderson. I am from Folsom High. So this year was my first year on the team. So like many of my fellow decathletes, or unlike them, I had never really had an experience with academic decathlon before. And this year we were able to host our county competition, but we also hosted other schools, including Ponderosa High, Vista del Lago, and Bella Vista for state competition. During both of these, we got to interact with so many other students, and we got to see how they were like from us and how all of our work paid off. And like stated before, Folsom High ultimately took county competition first, which it was just so rewarding, as I had never been on the team before, and it really showed how much everyone was dedicated to this team. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kirtana Vanka, and I am a junior at Vista del Lago High School, and this is currently my second year on the academic decathlon team. When I first joined academic decathlon, I expected it to be the same as every other academic club I had ever been a part of, but I soon realized that it was much, much more. Academic decathlon also allowed me to pursue and explore a variety of different subjects I would not necessarily have been able to delve and explore under a traditional school setting. It is through this class that I discovered my passion for the arts, something that I probably would have remained undiscovered if I had not taken academic decathlon, as I mainly took STEM-related courses in school. Moreover, participating in speech and interview competitions has allowed my public speaking and interpersonal skills to develop, something that I plan on using in my career and in the future, not only in a professional setting, but also in between people. Perhaps the biggest lesson I have learned in my 2 years of academic decathlon so far is how to create an inclusive and understanding community and environment for other members. And it is something that I hope to display next year when I do academic decathlon for my final year.
Hello, I am Angela Merrill from Folsom High School. Back in August, I delivered a speech in my English class, and my teacher told me that I spoke too quickly and for too long. And during the school year, I've been able to grow as a public speaker. In humanities, we gave our prepared speech to 10 different classes, and every time I spoke at a slower pace, and I got more positive comments. At competition, I gave my speech with a confidence that I wouldn't have had without all of this practice. This confidence has followed me into my other classes, including drama and English. I'm so thankful that I've had this opportunity to learn and grow. Thank you.
So in 2019, we were here last. And in 2020, we were very excited because we took it back from Bella Vista, and we were so excited. And we were going to come see you, and we were off to state. And that we had studied everything about in sickness and in health and pandemics and plagues, and we were ready. We were so ready that a week before competition, the whole world shut down. So we won, and this is proof. We want to share that with you, that moment. And, you know, Alice has done great things for you. I knew her back when. She's up in that photo because she was part of that winning team in 2020. So that it was an exciting year, but we had to shift very quickly, and suddenly we were studying at home, and we were in our own closets, online, taking tests, and off to state we went that way, and it was a real transition as we were learning. So that was that year, and then 2021.
And then in 2021, Vista took it from Folsom. A little friendly competition. It was actually under the direction of Brianna Willis. Our team took first place at regionals in 2021. Through distance learning, the team found their strength, their voice, and they really pulled together. I am thankful for my predecessor, Ms. Willis, and the 2021 team for building a strong, successful program at Vista that I was able to adopt this year. I'm very proud of our team. We just finished interviews for next year's team, and they have supported me in my new role as their coach, and I'm very excited to continue the journey with them.
And this year,
Hello, My name is Erica Huang. I'm a member of the Folsom High Decathlon team, and I've been a member of the team for 3 years. So compared to past years, this year was really different. There was a lot of uncertainty. We were coming back from the pandemic, and a lot of our members were completely new members to academic decathlon and even to high school in general. And so going into the competition, we weren't really expecting much, and we ended up leaving with a big trophy and a bunch of medals. So Folsom High took it back from Vista this year, and we were really excited to be back in person, and we got to meet with all the other teams. We got to go to IHOP afterwards and celebrate, and we got to do the super quiz as mentioned before. And so yeah, we're really glad for all these opportunities, and we're really excited to see what happens next year. Thank you.
So, as you can see, you see Bella Vista, now it's Folsom, Bella Vista, Folsom, Vista del Lago, Folsom. So it's still Vista and Folsom, just in a different community. And we're excited. I mean, I'm glad to see the program thriving on both campus, and I know that they've started using the same, humanities curriculum as far as credit that the kids get, just like at Folsom High, they were able to get into that, and I was excited when it grew to that. This trophy has been in the district. It's sitting in the office now for 3 years running. We're looking forward to hopefully keeping it next year. Next year's topic is the American Revolution and the new nation. So hopefully we don't have a repeat of the pandemic, but.
And we just wanted to thank you so much for your support and your time. I know coming back to some sense of normalcy, as one of the students said earlier, has meant a lot. And it makes them thrive in such a variety of ways that we love to see them grow as individuals. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the school board loves its picture, so maybe we could get all the students with your medals up for a picture with the school board.
Yep, teachers, students, everybody. Oh, yeah, too late.
You watch it.
Well, we also are going to need Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh, that's perfect, you guys. Awesome. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Now I'm going to do this a couple times just to make sure I get a few options here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that should do it. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Yeah, I just wanted to say congratulations and how proud we are of both teams. It really is remarkable, the quality of our teams that we've put forth over the years. And obviously a lot of that goes to the advisors, but not to mention all of the wonderful students that put in all that hard work and came out with victories and you know what, it's okay if you don't get in first place. The fact of the matter is, yeah, there's nothing wrong with friendly competition. And
Bella Vista, we're good.
But congratulations all. I'm sure your parents are very proud as well. So any other?
We also have a staff recognition this evening, Mr. Reed. We have amongst us AXA Region 3 21-22 Student Services Administrator of the Year, Mr. Scott Meyer. Congratulations, Scott. And on behalf of FCLA and all of us on our leadership team, we congratulate Scott. We got to celebrate with him this last week at the AXA event in Sacramento. And just a few words I wanted to share about Scott as one of his nominators reflected in his letter of support for him. Mr. Meyer's greatest assets are his work ethic and positive attitude. When confronted with a challenge, he works hard to gather information and generate options in a timely manner. Scott has gained experience and appreciation for our educational programs from the ground up, as a teacher, as an administrator, and as the child welfare coordinator. He has the compassion to work well with diverse people, always striving to find the win-win situations. However, he is also not afraid to challenge the status quo to better serve students. And I think that sums it up well, because students are at the forefront of everything that Mr. Meyer does as our Director of Behavior Intervention and Support Services. So with that, we have a certificate of appreciation that we'd like to also share with Scott this evening for Axon Region 3 2022 Student Services Administrator of the Year. Congratulations, Scott. And come on down, and we'd like Dr. Daniels to come up too from SCLA and maybe the board.
I think this is our final picture of the evening, so.
Wait.
No.
All right. Everybody knows what to do.
Yeah, this is the fourth time.
Okay. Oh, and I love the background picture too. All right, 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. Fantastic, thank you all.
I know.
All right, that's the last of the presentations, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we are moving on to agenda item 8, public comment. It's at this time that we invite members of the public to share any public comments they would like to share with the board. This is for items that are not agendized. If you want to speak to an item that's on the agenda, we'll give you an opportunity to speak on that item when we get to the agenda item. So, are there any public comments? Any online?
Yes, one, Ms. Reed.
Okay.
Christina?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hey, I'm Christina Cook. I'm a first grade teacher at Mangini Ranch. This is my 25th year teaching with Folsom, Cordova. I just wanted to touch on the April school board vote that did away with the early late program that we've used for over 20 years. I wanted to let everyone know that Folsom Cordova has some of the highest language arts scores in our area, and I firmly believe that these test scores are built upon a firm foundation of meeting our students' needs, especially K through 2. We were able to do that very well using the early late program, and the program is now gone. I've been pleased to be part of a really experienced group of kindergarten through second grade teachers who are working with leadership to come up with ways we can continue to support our K through 2 students and their teachers without the early late program. So we've come up with some great ideas. Our number one idea is that we need additional people to support us in the classroom, whether that's through an aide. We're coming up with some great ideas there. We also need some common planning time. We need to be able to figure out new ways to reach our students using our team of teachers. So I would like the board to make sure that when recommendations do come through, that you listen to the recommendations, because they've been thoroughly thought out and they've been worked upon by teachers that have the actual classroom experience, and the recommendations are good recommendations. So when they do come out, the recommendations, I sincerely hope that the board will listen to them and vote accordingly, not only to support our students, but to support hardworking teachers K through 2. Thank you so much. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Mrs. Cook. Any other public comments?
Yes, 2 more, Mr. Reed.
Another one? Oh, okay.
Can you please unmute? Jen's iPhone.
Is Jen there?
We can go to the next one if you want, Mr. Reed. Come back.
I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
My name is Jen Jones, and I am a kindergarten teacher at Carl Sundal. And I am calling in today to express my displeasure in the way retirees and PIN earners have been not adequately given their due. I've taught 6 days, 5 days shy of 26 years that I received my 25-year PIN this year. But more importantly, I'm very much concerned that the district is unwilling to meet and bargain in terms of salary and such until June 4th after school has ended. You just sent us, as employees, you sent us a water bottle with 3 words that describe us as caring and resilient and so forth. So your staff, the people that work for you, we are those words, but we don't feel that the leadership that is leading us matches those words. So I would like to see the district and their bargaining committee reach out to FCEA and begin working on our compensation package before school is out. Thank you very much and have a nice night.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
1 more, Julianne.
All right, Julian, welcome.
Hi there, I'm Julie Thompson. I teach kindergarten at Natoma Station, and I would just like to add to the first caller's request for additional services or additional supports in the upcoming all-day kindergarten classes. These students will be in our classes with probably, we're hoping for a cap of 20 students, but whether it's 20 or 24 or 28, we would like to request and some support via instructional assistance in the class, at least 90 minutes a day to bring those ratios down so that we can implement our letters, philosophy and SIPS curriculum for reading groups and be able to provide our kids with quality instruction. We would really like to maintain those ratios during these very important times of the day and these very young learners. We know that the earlier we can provide our students with quality reading, strong readers are in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else?
That is all, Mr. Reed.
That's it? All right. Well, seeing no other, we will close public comment and move on to agenda item 9, reports of district organizations. We'll start with the Student Advisory Board.
Thank you and good evening. Just last week, SAB had our end of the year banquet, so I'd like to thank Dr. Collegian, Mr. Reed, and Mr. Clark for taking the time to attend and celebrating with all of us. At that banquet, we heard presentations from our 10 student board member candidates, and I think I speak for all of us when I say they were incredibly impressive, and each and every one of them was more than qualified to take on the position. And it was definitely a difficult decision, but I am completely confident that our 2 new student board members, Ria Srivastava and Rocio Perez, who were introduced earlier this evening, will take the position to a new level and represent a wider population of student voice than ever before. Just looking back on the year of Student Advisory Board, I'd like to highlight some of the amazing accomplishments that our SAB reps and I have worked on this year. Throughout the year, we've been working with Dr. Blackburn and Ms. Kay to develop a vision for the FCUSD school site health centers, making sure that students have greater access to health services like contraceptives, LGBTQ sexual education, and drug rehabilitation. We've also put on a talent show that was uploaded just a few weeks ago, where we got over 20 entries from across the district and saw some wonderful talent showcased there. We also worked on a student survey and a student forum where we talked about issues like dress code, restorative justice, and staff accountability. And we've been working on creating and expanding Student Advisory Board's social media presence throughout the year. They also, and I've also worked on adding a second student board member to this board, which I am super excited to have next year. And we've revamped the process for selecting student advisory board representatives and student board members. Student advisory board representatives have also served on committees to a much larger scale, including the Equity Advisory Committee and School Safety Steering Committee and the Budget Advisory Committee. And those are just a few of the accomplishments that we've worked very hardly on this year. And I'd also like to thank Dr. Peace, who is not here this evening, but she came in as our advisor last October. So she was completely new to Student Advisory Board, and she has absolutely she's killed it. She's been working very hard on the Student Advisory Board and working very closely with me and our representatives in helping amplify student voice. And I'd just like to wrap up my last SAB update by saying it's been an honor to serve as SAB president and student board member this year. And I know that our representatives and our two new co-presidents will continue to expand the reach, accessibility, and impact of our student board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be the California School Employees Association.
Good evening, President Reed, Dr. Koligian, and school board members. As we close out the 21-22 school year, CSEA is looking forward to the 22-23 school year. CSEA's number one priority is to get to full staffing. Full staffing means that our students get full services. They get the busing, they get the IA support, they get campus safety and cleanliness, and all the other services that they deserve. HR has worked very hard this year, but there's a big hurdle, and the hurdle is the labor market. Entry-level fast food and other types of entry-level positions are offering $18, $19 an hour, and many of them are offering signing bonuses. Even with the increases that we have had this year, which have been good increases and are very much appreciated, we are still offering, we're still offering $16.94 an hour for paraeducator general. Paraeducator mod severe is $18.23 an hour. Custodians, this is all entry level, $18.23 an hour. Clerks, $17.82 an hour. Food service workers, $16.12 an hour. We are just not going to be able to get fully staffed for next year with these rates. And our students deserve it, and our classified employees who have been going above and beyond this year, covering as much as they could for all the vacancies, they deserve it as well. So we hope to work together with the district, and because August is just around the corner, and we need to do better next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be the Folsom Cordova Education Association.
All right, thank you. We have a brief presentation for you. I'm Tracy Suter. I am the
outgoing treasurer of our exec board and a member of the negotiation team. So we know very much that we talk around here about students being the heart of our district, and we can't have education without students. They are absolutely the most important part of our organization. But students, as they go through school, they remember people. They remember experiences. They remember activities. They don't remember Chromebooks. They don't remember letters programs. They remember the larger picture of what we do. As we look at the Lcff goals, we clearly state we want to attract and retain the best educators to instruct our students. While students are absolutely the heart of everything we do, without our bargaining unit members, the education piece of what we do doesn't happen either. So we wanted to take a look and compare for you 3 different scenarios. If I were a new teacher and looking at a district to join in this area, we wanted to see why would they choose Folsom Cordova. So if you look at the orange bar, that orange bar is the average on the left of a person coming in for the first step on our salary schedule. The yellow bar is sadly our district. And if you look to the right, we brought in medical benefits as well. And we go from 2,000 below average to over 3,000 below average. These are school districts from our region, someone looking for a job in this area. I would also encourage you to keep an eye on Rockland in terms of demographics and funding. They are the most like us, and they are to our left. Yes, next. So what if I've been here a little while? I joined Folsom Cordova. I've been here about 10 years. I'm starting my family. Or I came to Cordova High School with a family and I get some years of credit as I get here. Are we on the next slide? Thank you. Will they choose to stay here in that part of their career? Again, we have the average on there. It's the same districts in our vicinity. The yellow arrow is us. At that point, you're earning $2,700 below average. And if you put in benefits, it's $4,000 below average. And these aren't benefits including your family. These are the benefit cap that we give individuals with our district. And the next one. This is the one that hurts my heart a little. We went the wrong direction. Yes, well, we regret staying. As someone who's been with this district 34 years, you don't want to look back and think this was not a good decision. And I don't think we want to be the district that people look back with regret. But as a max salary, again, we are far below average. And when we put the benefits in along with the salary, it doesn't look much prettier. And anyone who is thinking about jobs and taking a look at this can probably start figuring out what other districts they might want to look at earlier in their career. So it's not a picture that I think we want to represent our district. On the next slide. This information, in fact, all the information on the slides are coming from your budget, from school services, from all the common sources of information. We document everything. This is part of why you're seeing those bars on the right consistently. School services acknowledges this is a people business. The bulk of your budget should be going to the people who deliver the services to people. 85 to 90% would not be uncommon for a district's budget to go to the people. If you look on the right-hand side, the percent of the budget going to people has been dropping, and the majority of that drop is based on my bargaining unit members. We have experienced far greater drops than the other people that you're hiring. We would like you to invest in the educators in this district and not just Chromebooks. Next slide. So one last point to bring home. If you've been at the grocery store, I had to fill up my car with gas the other day. Or if you look at Kaiser's new rates, you are well aware of some of the data on this slide. So we're looking at the percent over time. The cumulative LCFF change, this does not include the most recent budget. The blue line, encouraging, it's been going up, the percent. The gray line, that would be the CPI, and it's been going up too. And then we have the orange line, which is the average COLA cumulative. Notice there is a little stretch where it sort of flatlines on the COLA and the LCFF. We had it, they just didn't fund it, but they did catch up with it eventually. And then sadly, the red dot at the bottom, would be our Folsom Cordova educators' cumulative salary schedule change since 2016 and 17. That would be the one on the bottom. Next slide. So again, this is your LCAP goal, that students will receive equitable instruction from highly qualified teachers and have access to curriculum that promotes college and career readiness, maintain the appropriate assignment of fully credentialed teachers. Next slide. Are you meeting your goal? I think this slide shows that you're not. If you take a look at the last 5 years, we have more and more hires and we're getting more and more people leaving. We aren't keeping the people we're hiring. We're hiring temporary teachers. If I am a student, a revolving door of temporary hires and new teachers and people coming in or long-term subs is not providing the quality of instruction that your LCAP goal states. So even when we are finding people to hire, because we have multiple unfilled positions in our bargaining unit as well, we aren't necessarily hiring people that are staying here. And those numbers for 21-22, they're not up to date. This was as of April. And you have an awful lot more people who are going to be in this slide in about a month. Next slide. So budgets are a statement of values. You're going to be looking at your budget. You're going to be making decisions about your budget. In terms of keeping a teacher, whether a teacher joins a district, stays with the district, leaves it without feelings of regret, certainly compensation, the compensation package is a big piece of that. We deserve to be able to fund our own family's needs on one job and not working 2 jobs. But we also want to feel valued and respected, but that's reflected in your budget as well. Next slide. So certainly over the years, I've sat through any number of board meetings and budget committees and the rest of it, and we talk a lot about deficit spending. We want to mention deficit budgeting. Folsom Cordova has had a pattern of having very large budget amounts and then not spending those budget amounts, not having money for salaries because of the budgeted amounts, and then all of a sudden we have enormous rollovers, and that's what we're looking at here. So we just wanted to highlight 3 areas of your budget. So the materials and supplies, the red bar is the 5-year average of those previous years, and we expect things to change. You go to distance learning, you have to buy a lot of Chromebooks. But if you look at what you budgeted at the beginning of 21-22, the bar to the right of the red one, and then look at it at the first interim, that is quite an increase that was budgeted for materials and supplies. Even at your second interim, it's adjusted back a bit, but that's quite a jump. So 4 million more, is all of that going to materials or supplies, or is this where we're going to find the rollover in 2 months? Next one. Travel and conferences. We've brought this one up before. It's unclear to me where people have been traveling. All of my conferences have been at my house over Zoom. But what we budgeted for 21-22 was healthy. And then all of a sudden at the first interim, it jumped by almost $500,000. And it's adjusted a bit, but why are we seeing the pumped up amounts in budgets? And maybe this isn't the best place to put that money at this moment when you have so many needs in other places. And the next one, the personal and consulting services, and I know that I've been up here talking about Budget Code 5800 before over the years. We did start 21-22 pretty close to our 5-year average, but again, it jumped by 7 million. So I understand that it covers a variety of items under that budget code, but that's quite a jump that you've set aside in your budget. And my personal concern is I'm going to be back here in June and August asking about the enormous rollover because what was budgeted was not spent. Just to put a cap on it, this is your unrestricted ending balance. The blue is what you had in your budget. And at the end of the unaudited actuals, what's rolling over, and particularly the last 3 years, it's increased enormously. And from everything I see, I anticipate adding one more column to that slide in the not too distant future that's going to be even larger. We're going to have to adjust our scale. Next slide. So you have a lot of budget discussions to be holding. In addition to the deficit budgeting we just showed, we also want to mention components that you have right now. So restricted accounts are restricted accounts. We understand that. We understand putting money in the trust, and I know that was a topic at the last board meeting. And I do think long term, being able to pay for employee retirement benefits would be wonderful. But I think you need to have employees who would then retire with this district to earn those benefits. And I'm not sure it all needs to be done this moment. But if you look at the assigned category, you have over $29 million assigned, but it's not committed. You are not locked into the decisions you have there. So that is quite a healthy amount that could potentially go in other places, or we're going to see it roll over again. Next slide. So we built this a few weeks ago. Things just keep looking better in terms of this upcoming budget. The governor did go to the 6.56 COLA. The COLA also is extended into categories like special ed and food services, which it hasn't always done. There's this host of other grants and one-time monies, and money's gonna be pouring into this district. And your teachers, while exhausted and trying to get to the finish line of a marathon with no grace whatsoever, but holding it up for the kids as best we can, do occasionally look at the state budget and are aware of all of this information and money coming in. Next slide. So from the district's estimate, a 1% salary increase or compensation package increase, because that would include benefits as well, for 1% for the FCA bargaining unit is about 1.13 million. Alone in the slides we showed you, there was over 11 million in what we're describing as deficit budgeting. There's 20 million that's assigned but not yet committed. Money is going to be rolling into this district. If we see another offer from the district in June, that is the 2%, which is about as high as I've seen us go for a while, there was feelings amongst your bargaining unit members will not be respected or appreciated. What I think you're going to find is that we are insulted, we are feeling disrespected, terribly disappointed, infuriated, and unfortunately, as a longtime employee of this district, I'm afraid I have to say I would be unsurprised, because I've been watching the board and I've been watching our leadership and I've been paying attention to the budget, and I don't think that we've been making choices that would make any teacher in this district feel like the decisions that we're making truly are making them feel appreciated and valued. We say it, we put it on a water bottle, but it's not showing in how you're choosing to use your resources. So I hope as you have those discussions that I will be wrong. I very much hope to be wrong. I hope to be pleasantly surprised in June. But that is from our perspective, what we've been seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is the Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Good evening, President Reed, Dr. Kaligian, board members, and Alice. Like you, this is my last meeting to address the board as the president of FCLA. I wanted to take this opportunity to share that it has been an honor to serve in this role this school year. FCUSD has the most dedicated district and school site leaders I have ever had the privilege of working with in my, I hate to say this, 38 years in the educational field. Now everyone knows how old I am. I cannot stress enough how much we have all grown as a team through the challenges of the last 2 years, and it has been grit, strength, determination, and an overall belief in what we do that has helped us lead our staff and students through these recent, and dare I use the word, unprecedented times. So I just want to extend our gratitude to you all for your support, your guidance, and your willingness to listen to us as we are the folks in the trenches leading on behalf of the district each day. And we do it because we love our jobs. So Dr. Kaligian, we are grateful to you and Mr. Ogden for being open to hearing us and supporting the needs of the district's leadership team. I am now stepping into the role of FCLA past president and will be turning over my duties to Amy Strawn, principal at Mitchell, who will be serving as the president of FCLA this upcoming school year. So thank you again.
Thank you. And then finally, the District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Board President Reed, members of the board, Dr. Koligian, and my esteemed colleagues. Just really quickly, and I said this last meeting, we'll be having our last meeting with the officers on June 7th to confirm dates for our year-long of DLAC meetings as well as parent summits. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item 10, agenda consent. Is there any board member that wishes to pull an item off the agenda?
Yeah, Board President, I'd like to pull item G.
Item G, I'll move that off. Anything else? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda consent except for agenda item G?
Move it.
I'll move it, or second then.
All right, motion by Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Short, Superintendent.
Ms. Gow?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, agenda item G under agenda consent, Mr. Hui?
Yeah, I don't plan on commenting on this because of the confidential nature of it.
So is there a motion to approve agenda item G?
I'll move it.
Motion, or is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Clark. Superintendent?
Ms. Gow?
I'll abstain.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
No.
Motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
All right, let's see. Superintendent, do you have some announcements to
We
make?
do. As part of the consent agenda, the personnel action form was also approved tonight and has been our practice. We like to introduce the new administrative team members to Folsom, Cordova, and they're here with us, or 3 of the 4 are with us this evening. So it's my pleasure and honor to welcome them to the team and to introduce them. So first, I'd like to introduce to you Africa Williams. She is our new assistant principal at Mitchell Middle School. Congratulations and welcome, Africa. And Africa is she's coming to us as an assistant principal from Sacramento City Unified School District, where she successfully increased attendance rates and parent involvement while working collaboratively with community partners to enhance student success. And prior to her administrative role, she supported students as a counselor for Fairfield Sassoon School District as well as Natomas Unified. Welcome, Africa. We're so thrilled that you're part of our team. And I think you may have some members of your family here you might want to introduce too.
Yes, I do. With me today, I have my mother, Pauline Jefferson. Would you please stand? She looks so pretty. And my sister, Tina Sherrill. She is also with me here today. And thank you so much for having me. I'm really looking forward to being a part of your district.
Very good. Thank you, Africa.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Next, we have Christine Sonencruz, our new assistant principal at Sutter Middle School. Welcome, Christine, and congratulations. We welcome Christine as an assistant principal for Sutter Middle School. For the last 17 years, Ms. Sonencruz has worked at Stockton Unified School District in a variety of leadership roles that include being an assistant principal, teacher, social science department chair, and new teacher mentor, and WASC coordinator. We know there's many more titles after that, but we welcome you to the team and congratulations.
Thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward to being a part of this community and serving the students and working with the amazing administrators and staff that are part of this community as well.
Thank you. Welcome. And next, we are very excited and privileged to be introducing our new principal for Kinney High School Prospect Community Day School, a familiar face to Folsom, Cordova. Mr. Hugh Allen Sims will become the new principal officially. He has been known as Allen Sims to us, and he's been with the district for 19 years. He's been the assistant principal for Kinney High School and Prospect Community Day School since 2016. And before joining the Kinney and Prospect school communities, Mr. Sims was the administrator for Mather Youth Academy and Opportunity and led both programs with great success. He's also had great success as the interim principal, and we welcome you into this new role, Mr. Sims. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And do you have family you'd like to introduce?
Yeah, my wife's here, Shelley. She's with the little grandson of mine who's running around. So, I don't know where he's at right now, so we'll have to find him. So, but I'm very happy to be part of this and stepping up into this role and taking my school forward. So it's a privilege of mine to be serving my students. So thank you very much.
Congratulations. And tonight, we also approved the new assistant principal for Vista del Lago, Mr. Jason Javier Juarez, and he will be joining us at our next meeting for an introduction in person. So thank you for letting us introduce them to you.
All right, thank you. So, agenda item 11, public hearing. It's a public hearing regarding the extension of the urgency implementation of statutory development impact fees per Education Code Section 17620. Superintendent.
Yes, this public hearing precedes the actual board action, which will take place on the next item, to extend the urgency implementation for the development impact fees for another 30 days.
All right, is there any public comment?
None virtually, Mr.
Anything
Reed.
online? Nope. All right, we will close the agenda item. And that takes us to agenda item 12, discussion action. The first is adopt resolution number 05-19-22-39, immediately implement the statutory school facility fees per Education Code 17620. Superintendent.
Yes, this resolution follows the public hearing, allowing for extending the urgency authorization for another 30 days to collect fees.
I'll move it.
Now second.
All right, motion by Mr. Short, second by Mr. Clark. Superintendent.
Yes, Ms. Gow?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Next agenda, item B, approve school district, oh, I hate this word, remuneration increase.
Just want to say stipend.
Yes, Superintendent.
Well, I'm glad you said the word so I don't have to. We have a board policy that allows our board to earn a monthly stipend, and right now it's $440 a month. And we also have board policy that allows the board to relook at that stipend annually. And we haven't done so since 2006. And we'll give a little bit of background on that and the information that recently came forward to our Budget Advisory Committee. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Martin to share some of those highlights.
Yes, thank you. So this was a request by Board President Reed to have this looked at through the Budget Advisory Committee. As noted, there hasn't been an increase since 2006, and partially that was because obviously the board would then be giving itself a raise, and so there felt like there'd be conflict of interest, and so Board President Reed requested maybe having the Budget Advisory Committee do it, which is a separate entity, right? It's an advisory body. And so we did take this information, this same presentation to the Budget Advisory Committee, looking at what the stipend was, $440 per month as noted, allowable up to a 5% increase, which would be $22 a month, which then would increase the stipend to $462. The total cost to increase that stipend annually for the entire board would only be $1,500. And the Budget Advisory Committee at the meeting in April made a recommendation to the school board to approve the increase. So, any questions about that?
How much is that per meeting? About $5?
Well, you have 2 meetings a month. What we have normally 10 meetings plus 2 study sessions. You have 12 meetings, so it's about
$5. Yeah. So how about special board meetings?
Are you asking
we had
for?
Last year,
You want me to add them all in? But yeah, it's just a straight amount.
Making a point that it is. That's all I'm saying.
Correct, and the way the board or the actual ed code is written, unless the board takes action, there will be no increase, and that's why since 2006 nothing has occurred. So, Board President.
Yes.
A couple questions. So we have the stipend, $440 a month. There's also the note on here about benefits with health insurance that the board is entitled to through the district. Just for the interest of understanding what the total numbers would be. If a board member had the stipend, what would be the benefit for just one person for health insurance? Oh, you're going to make me do math here, aren't you? I have it here if you'd rather me just read it. Oh, you have the numbers. Okay. Yeah, I did have those earlier. I didn't have them in front of me. Go ahead. So $675 for a single. That's a monthly amount per month. $657, yeah. So that would be if a board member was receiving the stipend plus benefits,
each month without taxes taken out, that's $1,115 or about a little less than $13,400 a year. If a board member had the stipend plus a family benefit, that's an extra $1,000 a month in benefits, be $1,440 a month or $17,280 a year. Or in transparency, I've applied for a waiver because I have benefits through my employer, and that waiver entitles me to $175.17 a month. So my own stipend plus benefits each month is $615.17, a little under $7,400 a year. I think it's important that if we are going to talk about this, we do know kind of the full benefit that the board is getting. It's not just this stipend of $440. It's a pretty significant stipend, I would say, with the health insurance added in there. I mean, there's other little things, like we all have these iPads that have data on them, unlimited, that we can use. We get, you
get dinner.
Money for conferences, we get dinner each night. So it's, I just want to make sure that that's really clear.
Not each night, each meeting.
Each meeting, that would be nice, yeah. So I don't know if we'll have more time for questions, but I'll just say now, I don't plan on supporting this. I think that, we get a fair amount, and I don't think many of us are doing this for a paycheck. I don't think anybody would run for this particular position in order to get that extra $20. So I think that's why I won't be supporting it tonight.
Is there another slide, or I see two or three? No, that's it. Okay.
Questions?
Any other comments from the board?
I'd like to make a comment. I'm in support of this increase, and I know it doesn't extend by ed code to student board members, but something in the future that I would like to see is maybe a scholarship for a student board member, because when interviewing student board members this year, a lot of them said that they'd be willing to cut back on their job time in order to assume the position, and I wouldn't want that having a job to be a barrier for any student to run for student board member. So I know that's not exactly what the discussion action item is tonight, but that's just something that I thought I'd like to see in the future.
Mr. Short?
Just to kind of, with Tim, I know you have a unique situation, but if you work a private consulting, and over the years, basically, if you get paid on a billable hour and you take all the time off all these meetings, it's actually a board member like me would be spending thousands of dollars, plus all that conversation you're talking about, to be on the board. So each board might have its own situation. Some folks are retired. Some, I've seen other different board members come in here at different, the $5 a month is totally insignificant. It's more of a virtue signaling that has been in place and it's been 16 years without, $5. So it's really not about the money, but there are other situations board members have different scenarios that you may not think about.
I guess I'll share an observation. I was curious and looked up what the monthly stipend was for the city council in the city of Folsom. It's $800 a month. I also reached out to Rancho Cordova to see what their monthly stipend for a city council member was, and it's $500 a month. So both the city of Rancho Cordova and the city of Folsom are higher than the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. And just the other observation that I would make is that not that the stipend it's serving on the school board certainly isn't an hourly position, but I would say on average, probably some board members spend more than 40 hours a month, some maybe a little less than 40 hours, but if you take an average of 40 hours spent a month, that essentially comes down to $11 an hour. To put it in perspective, when the board last increased the amount in 2003, minimum wage was $6.25 an hour, and minimum wage currently is $15 an hour. So I do appreciate the fact that, obviously some board members spend more time traveling and going on site visits and visiting schools and spending a lot of their own resources where perhaps serving on the board is actually a costing them money. It's not a net positive, but a net negative. But again, I think to the point that Mr. Hui said, folks do run for the board because they have a passion for this, they have a passion for education, have a passion for our district. But at the same time, I think it's probably not fair for certain board members or all the board members to actually lose money to serve in this capacity, as well as finding and encouraging future board members to run. It could be perceived as a detriment compared to some other opportunities they might consider with either city. So I will be supporting this, and I did ask for this to be a recommendation from the Budget Advisory Committee. I clearly recognize the conflict. I think it's unethical for the board to basically recommend to themselves an increase. I felt that it was important that it be done by an independent body, separate from the board, with a recommendation. That independent body could have said no. They didn't see the justification in it, and I would have strongly supported that independent body's recommendation either direction. So in this instance, I will be supporting this tonight. So that being said, if there's no other board comments?
Mr. President?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that. And actually, I echo the same sentiments that you had. I'm probably one of those board members that run around all over town and visit schools and actually take time off from my job. That's a loss in pay for me at my regular job. But when I ran, it wasn't about the money. Honestly, it wasn't. But I had made a promise to not only this district, but my constituents, that I would visit each and every school 3 times a year. It's a lot of traveling. It's a lot of time away from work. So, looking at this, I can go either way. The money's not important. And usually what I do with my little stipend is I put it away and I provide scholarships at the end of the year for students. But yeah, I think this is needed. If it's been since 2006, come on. What gives? Because I know other school districts get it every other year. And I don't know, Sean, if you looked at the numbers of our neighboring districts, San Juan, Elk Grove Unified, those that are comparable in size to us of what they're getting. I'm kind of curious to know about that.
We didn't pull comparables, but we can if you'd like that.
Yeah, I don't even think we compare. I don't even think we come close. I think a colleague of mine in a neighboring district, I think, gets $660 a month, including benefits. And I have a delegate assembly this weekend, but out of curiosity, I will ask her again what she's receiving. But like I said, for this, you put in the time, and I know that stipends are just, they're given to us to take care of some things district-wide, appear at events, and do whatever. Yeah, on top of it, we do get, an opportunity to go to the CSBA conference if we choose to. But I think those conferences are important. I've been going the last 5 years, and it's a matter of getting that knowledge and learning new things. So I think it's beneficial, and I appreciate the district for, covering us on these travel. And I know that they did a presentation about traveling and conferences and how much we're spending. Well, I know we take a little bit of that when we go to our initial trainings. We don't become school board members by osmosis. We have to have some training involved. Nobody can step into a role and be a school board member without getting any kind of CSBA training or even master's in governance for that matter. So anyway, I'm going to support this. So that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Short?
Just to follow up on what you're saying, that I want to make it clear that it's only for the meetings here. And if you miss the meeting, then it's deducted. So it doesn't compensate a stipend for all the special meetings that we have and all the other times. So just want to make that clear because you get deducted. So if you miss one of these meetings, you will get deducted. So it doesn't include all the conference time, all your volunteer time, which is a negative for me. It's basically, I've been paying out thousands of dollars every year. So just that would let you know.
Okay.
And I'll be in support because last time I voted for this 16 years ago, wasn't a big deal. It was like another $3 or something like that. So we're talking about a cup of coffee or something. So,
Mr. Hoover?
I just wanted to voice support for Alice's proposal, or at least, looking into something for students. I think, especially with, we have 2 new students joining our board next time. Unfortunately, Alice won't benefit, but I do think it's a good idea, especially as someone who worked through high school. I mean, this is a lot of time. And I mean, especially the last few years, it's been a lot of time and our students have been spending, board member has been spending at these meetings the last couple of years, and they could be at work. That's where I would be if I wasn't a student board member. So it's, it's just, I think that's a fantastic idea that we should explore in the future.
All right, this is a discussion and action item. So is there any public comment?
One online.
Rob Thomas, community member. I have watched this school board work very hard over the last couple of years, well, many, many years. What you do, it comes from your heart. You listen respectfully to everybody's input. Sometimes that input isn't as respectful as it should be. You deal with very difficult issues, and you deserve to be compensated for your time, even though that's not why you do it. Thank you.
Is there anybody online? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Reed. Go ahead, Deb.
Hello, board members, Dr. Clegan. This is Debbie Krikorian from FCEA. I just have to tell you, you listened to Tracy's presentation. We're a district of people, and you're a big part of those people. And I think when you're looking at compensation, we want the best. We want the best for our students, and that starts with the top. That starts with you. So I think you need to look at this. It's a minimal raise, but I think you need to, really give yourselves a pat on the back. You are a big part of this district, and we want to continue getting board members that care about students. And the only way to do that is to give a decent compensation package. And that goes across the district. So I just want to say I am in support of this, and I want you to, congratulate yourselves on your efforts that you have done. And there's been disagreements throughout the years, and there'll continue to be disagreements, but there's big wins as well. And we want to continue, making sure going forward that we have the best. So please consider this raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That's all, Mr. Reed.
No.
Just gonna make one final comment.
Yeah, we're back to.
Although I won't be supporting this now. I do want to make sure I thank the Budget Advisory Committee for looking at this, for the work they put into it. Definitely appreciate all that.
All right. So is there a motion to approve the Budget Advisory Committee's recommendation?
I'll move as recommended by the Budget Committee.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. All right. Motion by Board Member Short, seconded by Board Member Gao. Superintendent.
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
No.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next agenda item is C, approve expanded learning opportunities plan. Superintendent.
Yes, this evening, I'm going to invite Ms. Marie Pollock, our coordinator of expanded learning programs, to share a little bit more about how our plan is looking for this next year with the expenditures.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, President Reed and members of the board. I'm here tonight to seek approval for our Expanded Learning Opportunities Program plan. And before I go into the details of the plan, I want to review and refresh your memory about the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. Thank you. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, also known as ELOP, was established by Assembly Bill 130. It provides no-cost access to 9 hours of developmentally appropriate academic and enrichment activities for unduplicated TK6 students beyond what we currently offer. So we have received $2.5 million allocation this year that we can carry over until June of 2023. This money is to be used for the expansion of our current programs. Therefore, it can only be spent on beyond the school day opportunities. It cannot supplant what we currently do during the school day. So the governor's 2022-23 budget includes over $4.4 billion for ELOP and uses the term ongoing when referencing the ELOP program. So the FCUSD allocation for 22-23 will be based on the passage of the enacted budget signed by the governor. And I want to point out this is an allocation, not a grant, so there's no application required to receive the funds. We just need the board to approve our ELOP plan to start accessing the money. So next slide, yeah. So now I'm going to talk about the components of the ELOP plan. The FCUSD ELOP plan describes our program activities in our after-school programs and our non-instructional day programs. ACES, student care, and ELOP will be considered a single comprehensive program under the name of expanded learning. The expectation is that a substantial number of students will be served beyond our current enrollment. And I have a slide that will explain more about that later. So ELOP, remember, provides funding for unduplicated students for that 9-hour school day, as well as intersession enrichment programs based on their needs and interests. And just a reminder, unduplicated students are English learners, students that meet the eligibility requirements for free and reduced lunch, and foster youth. So to write this plan, we surveyed families, staff, and students about their wants and needs for the Expanded Learning Opportunities program and included these in the plan. And as you can imagine, we got some really fun and creative ideas and activities from our students regarding what they would want to do after school. Next slide. So the ELOP plan is correlated to a template provided by the California Department of Education. The plan provides narrative description to the prompts listed under each of these 11 quality standards for expanded learning listed on this slide. These quality standards also serve as the basis for our ACES program, so we already have the fundamentals of the program requirements in place. For example, in Standard 1, we outline the safety procedures we follow in our after-school programs. We also describe how we support students' social emotional learning needs, and we have purchased the second step out of school time program to work on SEL with our students in our after-school programs. And just to point out, this plan is a living document that is periodically supposed to be reviewed and updated to reflect the needs of our community and the updates in the law. So what will our Expanded Learning Opportunities program look like in FCUSD? So we have over 4,000 unduplicated TK students. We have been tasked by AB 130 to offer all unduplicated students our ELOP program and provide access to 50% of those students. We currently serve over 1,000 students in our after-school programs, of which 440 are unduplicated. So we will be looking at adding almost 1,600 students to our current program. How are we going to do this? The ELOP program will be a comprehensive program with ACEs and student care, as I mentioned before. For example, we currently have a program at Williamson that has both ACEs and student care together. And if you walked in the room, you wouldn't know who was paying a fee for student care or was free with our ACEs grant. So all of our programs will look similar to this. And since our Title I schools have a high unduplicated percentage, we want to focus on increasing enrollment at the Title I sites to meet our 50% goal. And this will increase our facility usage. So we are working with principals and sites on how to mitigate the expansion of our programs as we expand into other rooms on campus, including classrooms. Here's an example of what a schedule might look like for an elementary student that attends a full instructional day until 2:37. In the first academic hour, we provide support and time for students to complete their homework. We plan to pay teachers additional time to help with reading and math interventions. And this was a really big request from the families that we surveyed, that we have academic support and interventions to help students. Even though we are required to have the program until 6 p.m., students don't have to stay the whole day. We have an early release policy that allows families to pick up students early. If they're only interested, for example, in getting an intervention, they can stay for that hour and then they can go home. There's lots of flexibility in this program. Part of the expanded learning opportunities program requirements are to offer 30 non-school days of no less than 9 hours of in-person expanded learning. So this summer, we're going to start threading that needle and offer a beta testing of a summer program. We're expanding the day after summer school and providing a program until 4 o'clock at 8 of our sites that have ACEs and 3 that have student care. And we'll take what we learned from this beta test and offer all 30 intersession days next year. So this creates some expanded learning staffing opportunities. And as we look at adding 1,600 students, we will need significant additional staffing. The ratio for student care and ACEs has always been 21. However, with ELOP, the ratio for TK and kindergartners is not to exceed 10-1, which will also in and of itself increase our staffing needs. As we hire additional staff, again, we will prioritize placement in our Title I schools to meet our 50% goal. And this might create additional waiting lists as we look to hire the staff and we recruit. In addition to the recruiting efforts I've brought to you before, we are working with CSEA on recruiting our current part-time employees, the opportunity to work in our program and create a full-time day for them. So thank you for your time and letting me share an overview of the ELOP plan. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Board members?
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mary, for that presentation. If we can go to page 8, I was looking at the need to hire approximately 88 additional staff. What does that entail? Does that entail teachers, IAs?
No, they're called expanded learning assistants and expanded learning associates are our frontline staff for our expanded learning programs.
Okay.
And those currently are ACEs and student care employees. And so we would need to meet those ratios and expand our program, those 1,600 students, we'd need about 88 additional people to cover that. And most of the positions for the assistants are 3.9 hours.
Okay.
And so that's why we're hoping we've working with Rob to try and make a full day for some of our current employees.
Okay, correct me. I mean, I may be wrong, but I think a few years ago we actually with the ACES program at Williamson. Didn't we have at one time CSUS students there working with the after-school program as well as the summer school?
I can't speak to that because I was at Cordova Meadows and not Williamson. We are this summer, I know, having interns from our CTE program. We're coming, but they don't count for the ratio. The people that count for the ratio, they have to meet the CDE paraeducator requirements. So they have to have units or pass our test. So I think, Elena, are you coming up to talk about that? Elena has the historical piece of that.
Great.
First of all, I couldn't be more excited to be working with Marie on this, as you can imagine. The timing is impeccable, and bringing somebody as tremendously talented as Marie into this is fantastic. But to answer your question about Sac State, because the hiring of both student care and ACES, remember before the Expand to Learn, has requirements for these staff members to meet. So we wouldn't really use the students unless they were employed. So we have employed students from Sac State and from our local community college, but they do have to meet the threshold of either the 48 units, the 2 years of college work, or take the test in order to work in with the students. They're essentially paraprofessionals.
Okay. And I think that CSEA would be able to provide staff that meet that criteria?
Sure, Rob.
One of the complications on this is that most of our paras work more than 4 hours, if I believe. And so this is a 4-hour opportunity after school. Okay. So we've got a problem with that being more than an 8-hour day. And so there's some issues there, but we do have other classified employees that some paras do work less than 4. And then there are some other classifications where we may be able to draw some folks that are current employees into those positions. But again, the pay range we're looking at in these positions, we're going to have to take a look at that because
I agree.
We're going to have to be flexible and have to try and work this out. But the kids deserve these services, and we're just going to need to figure it out.
So apart from CSEA, what else would be the recruiting process to get more folks in?
I currently have all of our position posted on both the Los Rios. They use a website called Handshake. They don't have the little boards anymore, the job boards, as well as Sac State. So I have them posted on all of those. We had flyers at Kids Day in the Park. We have flyers that go out and we use other services through the HR that we can post. And so word of mouth, we're trying. It's a lot of positions to fill, and we're excited to offer this opportunity for our students. So we're eager to get those employees.
Okay. I mean, I support it. I just think there's some challenges there that we need to overcome. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? No?
Board President?
Yes.
Sorry, a couple of questions, yeah. Thanks for the presentation, we appreciate it. 2 questions, I think. The schools that we have that are going to be a part of this, that are part of our community schools program, I don't know quite how to ask this, the work that will be done through the community schools, would that be available during this time as well? For instance, if there's a dentist around, could a student go from the expanded learning opportunities to that appointment during that time?
Yes, Kate Hazarian and I have been working, and there's a piece of the community schools application that requires some information about our ELOP program. So we are hand in hand working to dovetail that to give services to our students.
Fantastic. Then the last one, we have to offer this to 50% of our unduplicated students. Was that?
We have to offer it to all unduplicated students, and they're asking us to provide services for 50%.
Okay, services for 50%. It's quite a bump up, and with this slide that we're looking at, it's a lot of staff that we need to hire. Does the priority go to unduplicated students?
In our programs, yes. The priority goes to unduplicated students, and the funding goes to unduplicated students.
Okay, so
for free. We still can offer our student care for fee, right? So we'll have both the fee and free programs.
Hypothetically, if we had one spot open and we had an unduplicated student and a student that wasn't classified as unduplicated, that spot would go to the unduplicated student.
We're talking about that. The priority really goes to, we've talked about homeless and foster youth, but they might have to be on the waiting list like everyone else.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, public comment. Any questions from the public? Nope, all right. Then do we have a motion?
I just want to make a comment.
Oh, yes.
I just want to say thank you for the instructional time at the 237. I think just as a parent, I think that's going to be really valuable, especially for the kids that are going to need to be in this program for the majority of that time, because once you hit a certain hour, homework gets harder and harder to do. So I just want to say thanks for placing that as a priority in there. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
You guys always do it at the same time.
I'll second it.
All right. A motion by Mr. Short, seconded by Mr. Clark. Superintendent?
Yes, Ms. Gao? Aye. Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, sub-item D, approve the revised instructional calendar for the 2022-2023 school year. Superintendent?
Yes, we're bringing back the 22-23 school year calendar. The board previously approved it in our December 16, 2021 meeting, but we had a chance to go back and look at professional development days and are bringing a recommendation for 3 professional development days in the 22-23 school year calendar.
And which days are the professional development days?
August 3rd, 4th, and April 10th.
Okay. Any questions from the board? No? Any questions from the public?
No, Mr. Reed.
All right, hearing none, back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second. Oh, yeah.
You got it. No.
Second, I'll jump in on this.
Hoover got it.
All right, motion by Mr. Hui, seconded by Mr. Hoover. Superintendent?
Ms. Gao? Aye. Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, sub-item E, approve the recommended instructional calendar for the 2023-2024 school year. Superintendent?
So we're looking at a 2-year calendar, which we haven't done for instructional calendars, at least in the past 5 years. So we're excited to bring forward a similar calendar to what we just approved for 22-23 with 3 additional professional development days on August 2nd, 3rd, and April 1st.
All right, questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes.
I was wondering, so in years past, when Columbus Day was celebrated, where did that day come from on the instructional calendar?
Mr. Ogden, would you like to talk about it?
That's a good
I believe
question.
that day was typically in October, so it would have been the 9th on this calendar, the 10th on the previous one that was approved.
And then where was that day made up? Or so we got all our days in?
Well, by adding that day, there was one less day at the beginning or the end of the calendar. That added another instructional day by not making that a non-student day. So that allowed us to start school a day later or end a day sooner.
So in when that was celebrated, did we begin school on Mondays?
If we would have used this calendar, that probably would have been the plan. We would have probably started on Monday.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Also, it could have been, if you look at this calendar, if you look at spring break, it could have been the April 1st day, could have been an instructional day. How November is the whole week of holidays, one of those days could have been an instructional day. So they just balanced that day somewhere else.
All right. Any other questions? I do have, I don't know if it's a question or a concern. From the start of the school year on August 8th until you get to November 10th, you have 66 days, school days in a row with the exception of Labor Day. That's an awfully large span of time not to have a break. If you look at the rest of the calendar, every single month has a break. And that October date that we used to have off, helped to serve as a little respite for the students and teachers and the staff, for that matter. But is there any concern that we're going such a long time period? I mean, granted, if you're going to go 66 days, it's better to do it at the beginning of the school year than the end of the school year. But is there any concern about that?
It was something we did talk about across the table. We've also talked about it in management. We considered, would it be possible to do one of those professional development days in October? But again, as when I was talking to Alice about looking at a calendar, if you're going to lose an instructional day there, you've got to pick it up somewhere else. And so the question became, where do you pick up that extra instructional day? And I think the will of the group was, and most people that have looked at this, that's really the rub. It's, well, do we want that day in October, or do we want to start school on a Monday? And they would rather not start school on a Monday and not have that day in October. It's tough to move the end of the calendar because how we do graduations in our district and having 3 comprehensive high schools. So we have found in our district, it serves the students' needs best to have that Thursday as the last instructional day. So we sort of backwards map from there. Also, it's been a bit of a tradition in this district to have that travel day after a full week of spring break. So you start losing other options, where to put that day. We did talk about adding another professional development day, and it's on the previous calendar and this one. And that would be an option to have a professional development day on that typical travel day. So we've put that in here. We've never done that before. That would be something new, but this gives an opportunity for staff, to look ahead for the next 2 years and plan their vacations and their holidays and their family times, so that now they have 2 years worth of a calendar to start mapping out and making good plans. And but we definitely did consider that October day. That was probably the hardest decision, was how do we, do we have that day? And if we do, where would we put that day? And we ended with this calendar.
Were there students in the group that looked at those calendars?
No, this is an instructional calendar that typically goes to the board, and this is a working condition of the teachers. So this is a bargained calendar that you work with your bargaining unit on, and then also it's approved by the board. So we did not take this to a group of students. But that's a good question.
Yeah. Board Member Gal, that's interesting. What are you thinking?
I was just thinking that it is the same stretch of time that I was thinking about. It's definitely a long time not to have substantial breaks, especially since, if you do miss a day of school, then you're behind and you don't really have any time to catch up. And it's definitely a common area of burnout for a lot of students, which it's difficult to have so early on in the year. So I think if it was taken out to a group of students, I think we would have a substantial response that said that they would prefer to have that day in October off, and then make that up elsewhere, even if it does mean starting school on a Monday, just because it's a really long stretch of time to be in school 5 days a week, and not really have any time to catch that up.
Board Member Gal, I'm curious, does the SAB meet annually with representatives of the unions?
No.
No? That might be a suggestion for our unions and SAB, that going forward, that once a year, the representatives get together just to chat. I think, obviously, as was mentioned, part of this is part of the collective bargaining. But obviously the students' voice is very important, especially on a topic like this, and should be heard, with the unions as well. I mean, I obviously we can't force people to meet, but I suspect the leadership of all 3 entities would probably welcome an opportunity to just get together once a year to chat. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Any members of the public would like to comment?
We have two hands, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, please.
Melanie?
Hi. Hi, my name is Melanie Passavoy. I teach 8th grade math at Folsom Middle School. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I just would like to note that even though it might be more convenient to have high school graduations before Memorial Day, that a vast majority of our students are not in high school. And we are now starting so early when we put in those optional professional development days. And, they are optional, but they're also heavily encouraged. And oftentimes, depending on whether or not you have new curriculum, it's optional sort of in quotation marks, as in expected, and we'll pay you more for coming, but you're going to really miss out if you don't come. And we're pretty much back, in this year to, August 1st is when we all have to go back to work. And so that, I just would love to see us push forward just a little bit, just like not to have to go back to work the very first week of August would be a really nice treat. And I think a lot of people wouldn't really mind working through the Friday after Memorial Day, especially in a year like this one where that's still in May. Thanks.
Thank you. My apologies. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Olivia Langman. I'm a senior at Folsom High School. I just wanted to comment on the fact that I agree with Alice that October period is a really big burnout season where I especially as a senior, that's the peak point where we're doing college applications. And I really remember I was in 4 AP classes in my October of my senior year. And I remember it was extremely difficult to keep up with 4 AP classes and as well as trying to do all my college apps, which there is not an allotted time at school to do all that stuff. So that was completely on my own time. And the fact that we just kept going all through October was exhausting. And it was a very intense point of tension. I remember in all our friends, particularly that was a really harsh time. And I'm not in a sport, but I feel like people who are also keeping up with the sport have a lot to say about that. And I know that's just the high school perspective, but yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public?
We have 2 on Zoom.
Oh, we have 2 more on Zoom. Next person from Zoom.
Jeanette?
I'm sorry. So this is Jeanette Sanzabach, Folsom Cordova Vice President Grievance. This is an interesting calendar. It not only has a long stretch between August and September and October, but also has a very long stretch between April and May. Mm-hmm. And like one of the other previous persons went ahead and said, starting in August 1st is really early, and getting out on May 23rd is also very early. So I would like to see this calendar revised and redone and made some adjustments to. We also go back January 2nd, which is extremely early after New Year's Eve and Christmas and family trying to get back into a routine with children and students. I would like to see some reworking of this draft. And also the fact that this is not bargained. So I don't know what Mr. Ogden was implying. We get a chance to look at it, and we get a chance to comment, but it is not a bargainable item. So thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more virtual speaker.
Yes, Jen?
Hi, it's me again. I would piggyback what Jeanette just said. I would like to see us start in the middle of, or start our Christmas break in the middle of the week, and we can return back in January in the middle of the week. I have a student whose father is an employee in a neighboring district, and they had a schedule like that this year, and he said it was just absolutely wonderful. It also gives us a chance to get back into the swing of things, and also having a mid-break. If we're traveling, like I travel to Texas every holiday, it's cheaper to fly out on a Tuesday and Wednesday, and sometimes Thursday. So starting a vacation in the middle of the week and ending in terms of Christmas vacation seems very practical. And I also would argue that a break between September and November would be very beneficial, as well as when our Easter vacation is very early or very late, having a break there too. I appreciate the buyback days and those kinds of things. I still feel like I get a little bit of a break, but I do feel like I'm obligated to attend those as well. So I know that this has already been set in stone and you had multiple drafts, but just giving my input in a public situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's bring it back to the board, and let's start with Board Member Gao.
Yeah, thank you. I would be a strong advocate for maybe taking this out to the students and putting in a day between August and November, or within October. I know in 2022-2023 calendar, Diwali falls on a Monday, so that would be an option. If that's too late, then we could definitely look at other options for October of 2023. I would also like to see that maybe winter break start in the middle of the week and then it end in the middle of the week, like one of our public commenters said. I think that's a really interesting idea, and I think I would be for exploring that option as well. Thank you.
All right. Board Member Hooley?
Thanks, Board President. Just a couple of thoughts. I mean, it's tough. As we've experienced as a board, we could look at 4 different calendars and all of us have very different thoughts about all 4 of them. So I don't think we're going to find one that we all agree on or land on, or that the public, all of our teachers and students do as well. In terms of the winter break starting halfway through, my biggest concern there is that, I would assume we would have a lot of families that would miss at least a couple of days of school if we start a winter break on a Wednesday, because they might leave town on a Sunday. Or if we come back on a Wednesday, we would likely have a lot of families missing that Thursday or Friday. So I think it makes the most sense to take the 2 full weeks, take that Monday off. I understand the difficulty of the stretch. I can appreciate, I can't even imagine 4 AP classes in college applications and everything else going on there. But I'm going to be in favor of this tonight, partly because, again, I don't think we're going to be able to please everybody, and I think that we've worked hard to make this one work the way it does. I would also just request, this will be my oldest son's senior year, so if this does get approved tonight, I just request nobody in this room tell him that I decided to start school on his birthday.
I have a feeling he's going to find out.
It's gonna be fun.
Mr. Short.
Yeah, I know we probably vetted this out before. I mean, how many times have we done surveys, and Mr. Huey's right. It always comes back, nobody hardly ever agrees. But from the experiences, yeah, losing people out ADA is one of the big concerns, and the timing. And also getting out a little earlier for the college kids to get out and start it, because if we wait too long, then it kind of hampers. So it's kind of a balancing act. So I would agree that I know it is kind of long, but this is a kind of a strange calendar, but ending before Memorial Weekend, but we'll lose people after that too. So I will be in support of this too tonight.
Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. President. Looking at this, it is a big stretch, and then hearing the student talk about AP classes, and yeah, I think most students start applying for colleges or start looking for colleges. That's a big stretch, and now I'm thinking, obviously, because I'm a big sports guy, and we have our student athletes that are taking AP classes and playing sports and have to worry about applying for colleges or having colleges recruit them. It's a pretty long stretch, and I concerned about the burnout, not only for our students, but I'm concerned about the burnout for our teachers as well. Question to Don. Do we have to approve this? Can we send it back out?
Just so the board knows, the union, I think under either Debbie Krikorian, the lead negotiator, or Angelica Miklos, the president, did send out a survey to teachers, and this was the one that they chose. So there was a
Interesting.
survey to teachers for this future calendar, and the intention here was to match what we're doing next year as close as possible, and some of those things like I talked about earlier that are traditions in this district. So
Okay. Yeah, and I also have concern about coming back on the 1st as well. I mean, on the 2nd. Okay. That's all the questions I have right now.
Mr. Hoover?
Are we on comments or questions?
We're on comments.
We're on comments.
Oh, yeah,
That's
we're
fine.
question.
I just want to make sure that this is my last chance to talk.
This is your
Okay.
last chance to talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, first of all, I just want to echo the comments of some of my colleagues. I mean, we could debate the calendar probably for the next 2 years and never come to full agreement on it. And honestly, no one is necessarily wrong. Everyone just has different priorities and different points, and I think they all have validity. But the challenge is that we're never going to agree on something. So I think a lot of work's already been put into this calendar, so I would like to make a motion to approve it as is. Thank you.
Oh, we have
And
one
also-
public comment.
Oh, we have another public
I
comment.
thought we did do public comment.
Did she come on
Well,
after?
we can open it back up. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That was what I was
And then I'm
curious.
going to provide a comment.
Says no more.
Says no more?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, disappeared. Okay, all right.
I'll second the motion.
It's
I
back.
was going to say second, but okay.
back.
You got
It's back, Mr. Reed, if you want to let her speak.
Was there a motion made? You made a motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like there's a person back on Zoom.
There is, Mr. Reed. Do you want me to allow her to speak?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, Deb.
Hi, Debbie Krikorian, FCEA. I just have to let you know that this was very difficult for our members. We did survey them. The difficulty was the board has already approved the calendar, the first calendar to begin with. And then to change the dates when people have already had plans, to change the dates for our holidays and that travel day was difficult. People did not want to change it because it already had been set. And so, that was the big concern was, well, if we then look at that April day, it at least gives us a time to start planning the second year. And then we thought if, the calendars are 2 years out, it's set, it gives the board at that time the ability to, and the bargaining team at that time, the ability to communicate with the members and change it after the 2 years, and look at that October date or other dates. But right now, it was really important for the elementary schools to start on a Tuesday and not to start on a Monday. They needed that later start time. And so, we were kind of all over it. And like a lot of you have said, there will never be a total 100% agreement, but this was the best that we could do. And so I just wanted to state that for your information. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion from Mr. Hoover, and the second was Mr. Hui. Superintendent,
Could I make a quick final comment?
sure.
Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, so even if we vote for the calendar tonight, I would love to see in the future a survey go out to students looking at their thoughts on the calendars. I know they're not a bargaining unit, but I think their input on these is also very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent, take the roll.
Yes, Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
I'm going to, since I didn't make any comments because the motion was made, I'm going to make my comments right now before I vote. I am going to vote with the students on this one. We keep on hearing about traditions. Well, traditions do evolve. We did have a tradition of starting on Wednesday or Thursday the school year, but for the last year and the next 2 years, we're starting on a Tuesday. So it sounds like we're creating a new tradition. So, crazy stuff other school districts do. I mean, I can speak to myself. Back on the East Coast, it's very common on Thanksgiving week to be in school on Monday, Tuesday, some of them even Wednesday before Thanksgiving. There are school districts with traditions I'm constantly plugging for is the ski weekend in February, but that aside. There are traditions, we seem to have established this tradition that with Memorial Day. I mean, look at where Memorial Day especially falls here. I think, when the calendar looks like this and the Memorial Day is on the 27th, honestly, I see no reason why we couldn't create a tradition when Memorial Day falls on a Monday or Tuesday that we, that early in the calendar that we consider going up to June 1st. Just because we have traditions doesn't mean we can't create new traditions. But I certainly value the students' input on this, and I share their concern about potential burnout in the fall, having such a great span between time off. So I vote no.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Gosh, this can go either way, but I value the students' comments as well, and I also think about the teachers getting that burnout. I know some of them were in favor. I mean, there's no easy fix here, but just looking at this, I don't know why there's a rush to pass this right now, but so be it. I just think that we can work on this a little bit, so I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Short?
Yes.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving down to sub-item F, approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2022-2023 school year. Superintendent.
This declaration of need is for 22-23 in positions that are hard to fill or need emergency credentials to get those positions filled. And what we're declaring as our areas of need are teachers in special education, English learner authorized teachers, career tech ed teachers, and driver's ed and training teachers with this application.
All right. Questions from the board? All right. Any public comments? Not seeing any. Back to the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
All right. Motion by Mr. Clark, second by Mr. Short. Superintendent.
Ms. Gao?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right. We're moving on to agenda item 8, discussion items. The first is the Granite School Center tentative parcel map modifications. Superintendent.
Yes, this item is up for discussion tonight to talk about a request that's come to the city to look at a modification in the conditional use permit for Granite Center by the current owner of that property, FedCorp. And we found out through the city in the application process that this was being requested. We had a chance, myself, Mr. Martin, and Mr. Washburn had a chance to meet with Mr. Holderness and Mr. Gagliardi to find out a little bit more about it. And I know there's also been discussion with the city of Folsom too. So with that, we wanted to just give an overview. Mr. Martin will share that overview. We've got some of the documents that were presented to us to talk about the process, the timing, and what we did in the sales agreement when we put it on the state registry at that time in 2020.
Thank you, Dr. Clegan. Yes, so in the rationale, we gave a lengthy history of the Granite Grammar School location and the fact that the historical significance of the school and that it was built in 1915. The board did take action prior to selling the property and the school to have it registered as a national or a historical importance under the state. And so that action was taken place and approved by the state in November 2020, prior to the sale that happened in December in 2020. And so the Fed Corp purchased the property, including the school. And then in this April, we were notified by the city that Fed Corp was looking at taking the existing parcel and splitting it from a single parcel into 3 parcels. And so we've had conversations with both the city and Fed Corp in relationship to this. And so if you could go down a couple more slides, I think it's maybe slide number 6. And so you can see here, this is probably the best rendering. What they're wanting to do is the lot actually goes all the way to both sides of the street. They're wanting to subdivide it so that there are 2 more lots on the 2 ends. So originally, what we were told is that this property was actually 8 individual lots, and then the school was, land was purchased, and then the school was combined into all of them. And what they're wanting to do is split 2 of the lots back off via the original planning, and then sell those for single family residences. And so that's the proposal that the Fed Corp has submitted to the city. The city has requested that Fed Corp pay for a outside historical architect to come in and determine the historical significance of the property and if it would impact the school by selling off or taking off those 2 properties on the sides. And so that's kind of where Fed Corp and the city are in that process. They're also needing to do CEQA and all of those pieces. You can see the design is set now so that there is access from both the front and the rear, because one of the things they have to ensure is that there is sufficient amount of parking, and so they've designed that to meet the city's requirements for parking as well. So.
All right, questions from the board?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Short.
Yeah, I've been looking at this parcel split here for a while. Actually, I think I remember being in meetings a while back with Sarah and the mayor and commissioners, and when we made this historic preservation, I thought there was a promise not to split it, and we even talked about encumbering on the sale of it, and then I think there was some, I'd say, oh, we're not going to do that. And here we are, 2 years later, 3 years later, talking about it. So with that said, I know there's several things that I know about the new state laws about single-family dwelling, which don't exist anymore. The new Governor Newsom's bills that he sent out there. So I want the board to understand new development laws. When they say single development lots, right now the land use authority from a local authority, the planning commission, I haven't got into the historic fabric yet, you can build up to 4 dwellings on one single family dwelling now without planning commission. You can build ADUs, junior ADUs, 3 stories high. It can be high density there. There will be no control, local control, to build those type of structures once those are sold off. So even the local city would have to guarantee it, and they can't, because that's what our new governance state law due to Affordable Housing Act and all those things. You probably heard about that at the Assembly. With that said, so the 8 units into 1 2 single, that's kind of like, I really have a lot of questions about that. Also, the fair market value, I looked that up. For a single value there, you can just raw land in Folsom is going pretty high right now, $300,000 to $600,000. It's just phenomenal. If you just did 2 single-family dwellings built out, that's going to be $1.2 million a piece. That's $2.4 million built out. Just selling a raw, ready land could be pretty high in this area. So, I could see the incentive why you would want to do this. make some money and help pay for the renovations of the historic building, maybe preservation. I don't know what the business plan is about it. When you come up here, hopefully you'll give us what that business plan is and what your intent is. When you do this, we are on the state registry. Oh, that was the whole key, is put on the state registry. But then you have the local historic planning, or I guess an offset of it that has board members on there, which I want to know how that impacts what kind of restrictions and what the local historic preservation groups will think, and then also the state registry on any restrictions. I'd like to know a little bit more about that, because I don't know if they have a little say on land use authority around surrounding that area. But I said on a lot of historic projects, and this, if you look on the street, Reading Street, Marvin Street, when you look at a historic building, it's always about the massing of the elevations of the building. So when you look at Mormon Street, from looking at, you'll see the massing, the windows, the entry areas. And I think this building also has massing of elevation from the Reading Street from both sides. When you parcel out the sides there, you lose the total elevation effects from how this building was built at that time historically, because the windows are everything. So you lose the total historic fabric just on the massing and elevation from the Reading side on the street sides, let alone the circulation around that building. So I just want the board to understand what that means when you're doing that. You can have, I don't know, so you can have 3-story townhouses in there, 4 dwellings in there. It would just look god awful. It would just destroy the historic fabric. The other thing, what is the fair market value of that? I don't know. I would like to know. The business plan, and also where and why are we doing this now, as far as we wanted to preserve the historic fabric of this building? I just want to know that, and that's hopefully I can hear that tonight. So those are start off questions that I have.
Okay. Mr. Hui.
Yeah, I can understand. We may not want this. I guess the question for me is, we have sold the property, correct?
We are still carrying the note on the property.
We carry the note. So what responsibility do we have in making decisions about what's happening on the property?
We don't have any authority. As long as the property, if they were wanting to split, they would pay us off as part of that, then we wouldn't have any authority to not. Well, I think what was brought before the board is whether or not the board would like to do a resolution or some kind of letter to the city in opposition or not to the splitting land.
Just to clarify, when you say pay us off, you mean pay the note off, right?
Yeah, pay off the district.
I just want to confirm.
I always say us, and I mean Folsom, Cordova, because we're all Folsom, Cordova, right? So.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. Within the contract that we do have with that note, we are entitled to ask for the payoff if the plans that are here go through, correct?
Yeah, they would not be able to split it without paying us off.
Okay.
Or we would have to agree to a new document with regards to the rights to the land.
Yeah. I mean, I guess my thoughts on this, if I can comment now, if that's okay. We've sold this. It's kind of out of our hands. If we make a resolution about everything that's happening in Folsom that we don't like, we're gonna not be able to maintain that. Maybe that's a decision we regret now, but it's already done. So at least at this point, I wouldn't be in favor of moving it on beyond what we're legally allowed to do within the contract. Last question on the contract, would the board have to make any sort of motion in order to ask for the payoff, or could that just happen since it's already in the contract?
Yeah, no, it would just be part of the contract agreement already in place.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Looking at this, I don't think this is what the board intended for the site. I think we were all on board with selling it. True, we didn't want to be landlords anymore. But I don't think we went into this like we wanted it protected. We made it a historical site, but I just can't see how we are going to let this happen. And I think there's some community members that may be out there that may voice their opinion, opposition, or whatever, but this is not what we intended to do. We wanted to sell this center. We wanted to preserve it, but we didn't want to, because what we're looking at now, if we look back, I mean, heck, we could have split it into parcels and made money ourselves. But we didn't. We went in trusting that this was going to be preserved. And they were going to run it like they said they were going to run it, because I think during the conversations that we had, they didn't say anything about, well, we're going to, split it up into parcels and sell it. I mean, if that was the case, I think they probably would have known that we would have said no. So I'm kind of concerned, interested in what the public has to say. If there's anybody out there that's going to talk about it, I assume that there is. So let's see what they have to say as far as a public comment.
Mr. Hoover?
I'm going to withhold comment till after public comment, but I did have one point of clarification following those comments, and that was on this point about could the district have sold it and parceled it out. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we have more stringent regulations on what we can do with property, surplus property, or property that we would like to get rid of or sell than a private landowner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I was not here during that time.
Sure.
I was told, though, I think Matt and I discussed it, and that there would have been the ability for the school district to do that, to split the parcel. The school area itself has to be sold in a very specific way, but if the land had been subdivided, the district potentially could have sold that at a higher level.
Absolutely.
They would have had to parcel it.
They would have had to gone through the
first,
process that the
split
Fed
it
court.
first.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And then, but even in that situation, that land, don't we have obligations to offer it to certain entities prior to the general market?
Not if the land is empty. If
Okay.
it doesn't have a play field on it or an existing school structure,
Okay.
then you have more flexibility on the land.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
For sure.
Board Member Gal, I apologize, I skipped over you. Did you have any questions? Okay. I'll reserve my comments until after we hear the presenters. But, one thing that I'm just looking at this map, and you look at the setback at the house on the right-hand side on Decatur and on the left-hand side on Reading. How does a house even fit on those two lots? Because the setback of both of those houses would go beyond the property lines. So I would assume that would end up changing the entire character on both sides, because they would have to be front set rather than set back. And I mean, but it's just interesting. Yeah, I think my only question at this point is, and I think, Sean, you've already answered it, which is contractually, they would have to pay our note off with the sale of the parcels, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I assume the sale of the parcels would exceed what they owe on the note?
I would assume so, yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, I know Bob Holderness submitted a public comment, but I actually thought he was going to present. So you're not looking to present, just comment? Okay. Then we'll open it up for public comment, and we'll start with Bob Holderness.
Mr. President and board members and Superintendent Collegian, Robert G. Holderness appearing this evening on behalf of the Folsom Economic Development Corporation, which is a public benefit nonprofit that owns the former Granite School site. I am not here to make a presentation. That would be made by our CEO, Joe Gagliardi, and his development team. He was not able to be here tonight. I wanted, out of the respect of the fact that you put it on your agenda, I wanted to come down and at least let you know that we're very interested in making sure that the school district is satisfied with what the project is. And what I would suggest that we do is, one thing we haven't done is have the project architect meet with your staff, as your superintendent would appoint, to discuss in more detail what the project is, to give your staff better focus on it. And then if it comes back to the board and you want a full-scale presentation, I'm sure that can be done. If you don't, and that won't be done either. But the only thing I can actually address, and I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect, I'm not even a planner, I'm a, God forbid, lawyer. The only thing that I can address is the basic motivation that the client has for this project, and it is really twofold. And I would say Board Member Short has already alluded to it. The first is to pay off your note. And you may recall a year or so ago, with the height of COVID, we had to ask for a brief deferment on the payments because the money that we were supposed to get from our tenants, which was the tourism board, we weren't getting because the TOT tax money wasn't being paid by the hotel operators, which was the source of funds. So that kind of, I think, woke Mr. Gagliardi to the fact that he didn't want to be in that position. He wants to pay that off. And this is one way to do that. And the second thing that I do know, and I don't know the particulars, I have no idea about costs or any of that, but I do know that the west wing of the building needs to be refurbished in order to be occupied. And it wasn't, I believe, when the venture capital firm was in there, they did not use the west wing. It wasn't suitable for occupancy. They only used the front and the east wing. And it's my understanding that the proceeds are intended for that purpose. And that's really all I have, but I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you. Actually, we encourage not to have back and forth with public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next is Beth Kelly.
Hi. I am the president of the Folsom's Heritage Preservation League, and we're an advocacy group, and we look out for historic properties. So we did submit comments to the city when the application was submitted, and I have a copy here that I'd like to share with y'all. I stood here actually a couple years ago and actually encouraged y'all to sell to the FedCor, or Chamber of Commerce at the time, and I thought that they'd be good stewards, and I thought it was a good idea rather than going to, say, another developer that might do just this, split it up. And now I'm really disappointed. I'm very disappointed and sad that this is what they're proposing to do, because Mr. Short, you had great comments, and I agree with everything you said, because chopping this up and splitting it off does change the setting a lot. And it goes from being a beautiful historic piece of property with a historic school on it in a small town setting to more of a high density sort of high big city type school piece of property. And that's not what it was. Also, the layout, the parking layout and the landscape plan have been proposed, and they do not incorporate any aspects of historic design. We had questions about landscaping and driveways and sidewalks and parking. And this eventually should go, if this project, whatever the project's gonna be, it will go to the Historic District Commission. And we have requested that they if it goes to the commission, we request that they deny this application to split it up. And we want to be sure that there's more transparency in what is going to happen with the property. And we want to understand how downsizing the property and the introduction of residential lots, how that would affect the historic listing. We would like to know what modifications will be required along Mormon Street frontage to accommodate this. And we want to know what the anticipated use of the property is and what modifications are going to be made to accommodate new tenants. So we think, the other thing that's concerning is that now this property is going to be separated from the school's previous sports fields on the west side of Reading Street, which is now the site of Granite Park. So I hope you will pay attention to this and reach out to the city of Folsom and ask them not to approve this request. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Jennifer Lane.
Well, I don't come to school board meetings too often, but I happen to love that school. I didn't go there other than I was a teacher for 27 years. I participated in many conferences there, got my shots there, board meetings there. The teachers that are retired now, and I've been retired about 10 years now, they just don't know about this school being chopped up like this. Former students aren't aware of this. June Chan, one of the most historical persons in Folsom, based on the Chan family, of course, and Oak Chan, she went to school there. She'd be here tonight, but she couldn't walk that well, so she's not here. I taught school for 27 years, and during that time, around 20 years, I would take my students to City Hall to meet the mayor. And during that time, they would learn about the way the city works, and that was important to me that they did learn that. I taught third grade at the time, and that was community and seemed appropriate. From there, we would go to the Folsom History Museum and learn about the strong history that we have here. And from there, we'd walk up the street past Granite School, and I would, of course, shout and tell them all about the school and how it was our first elementary school. And Jerry Bruneau may touch a little bit more on this school because it's had quite a history. We would go to Granite Park for lunch and then to the Catholic cemetery. Many of them had never been to a cemetery before. So it was kind of creepy for them, but it was important because their grandparents were probably close to heading for a cemetery. And I want to thank you, Ed Short, for your comments tonight because I was just nodding my head all over the place at that. The houses that are on Natoma Street, their houses back up to the alley that I'm sure that Granite School, if FedCorp is allowed to do this, they'd have to use that middle alley to get in and out of Granite School, especially if they sell both sides of the parking lot. I have asked Chamber of Commerce many times in City Hall, many times, if they would have their employees park when they have events on Sutter Street, if they would have their employees park at Granite School because we have a huge problem with parking. I'm sure you know that already. It's about the integrity as well, not just the school, but our neighborhood. I've lived there in my 1910 home for 35 years. I walk my dog by that school almost every day, and I always pick up his poop. He loves to park his body right in front of that school and go. I don't know. There's so many things about this school that many of us love.
Can you?
Wrap it up. Yeah. I'd like to just end with saying, if this organization, which is FedCorp, who bought it, can't afford its maintenance, then it should be sold to someone who can. I know of two other people that wanted to buy that school. One was to turn it into a museum, another I'm not sure, but they didn't even get a chance to be interviewed. So, don't know. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the public that would like to speak? Yeah.
Good evening, President Reed, members of the board, Dr. Collegian. I wear a couple hats here. I worked on your behalf for probably over a decade on your surplus properties and with your surplus disposition committee. You may remember, some of you may remember me during that process. We sold the district office site and the Quonset site and then ultimately this site. I processed the use permit for our tenant at the time, which was Velocity Capital. I also prepared the nomination on behalf of the district, and it was registered by the state Historic Resources Commission. And so part of my task that you tasked me with is looking at every potential option as it relates to this site. And what became really apparent was it was very, very limited. And that's because the building's made out of hollow clay tile. And it's one of the most expensive buildings to retrofit seismically if you had to do so. And most of them, as Ed Short has said in the past, get torn down because they're, as Bueller and Bueller, who looked at this building, said it's several $1 million just to retrofit it, not to mention the fact that you would rehabilitate it at the same time. So we worked, Bueller and Bueller and myself, with the building department to determine how we can preserve this building, how we can use it without having to retrofit it. Because if you're having to retrofit it, you're turning it down. And what we found is that they would recognize the historic use after the school, which was administration or office use, and an assembly with the auditorium. And so we looked at that use and said, okay, here's something we can do. Here's a use we can do. The only problem is it's in a residential zone that's general planned as residential. And that creates a real conundrum. When you own it, right, when you owned it, it's owned, essentially the jurisdiction's the state of California. It's not the city of Folsom. But if we're selling it, which I was tasked to do, we have to sell it to an entity that has to deal with the city of Folsom's jurisdiction and their rules and regulations. And so we looked at that, and we're trying to maximize the value for the district. If you remember, if it was torn down, it would be more than double the value as vacant land. You made the decision to preserve the building and to sell it for half of that cost, and you tried to put encumbrances on the deed, as talked about, to make sure the historical integrity was not destroyed. The other side of it is we looked at doing exactly this to maximize value for the district. The problem is if you go and look at the city's rules and building code, you have to look at parking requirements. And parking requirements for what are the 8 classrooms require, 1 parking space per 200 feet. If you look at the assembly usage of the auditorium, it's 1 space per 30 square feet. So you need 103 spaces. So we looked at the site. And with the entire site, we could create 103 spaces. If you know, it's all paved. While they're not all striped, it's all paved and you can park all over the place. Well, when we processed Velocity, we didn't focus on the parking much because Velocity was a very small entity. They were only using half of the site in terms of the building. The classroom they had with the class they had with University of Pacific, the master's program, didn't require a whole lot of people. On the other hand, when you look at an entity like the Chamber of Commerce, the Folsom Tourism Bureau, Folsom Economic Development Corporation. Let me kind of outline that a little bit because I would like to clarify just a couple things. I sat on I'm a past chair of the Chamber. I'm a past chair of what was FedCorp, which is now TEDCorp. Dr. Kaligi and I sit on that board. That board has never seen this application, neither has the Chamber of Commerce. The only board that has is the actual seller, which is the Folsom Community Development Corporation, which is a much smaller board. And so when we say FedCorp, we kind of have this sense that it's a Folsom Greater Partnership, that all these boards have recommended this and approved this. They have not. And so just be aware of that. It's a very small group
can
of
I
boards.
just ask a quick question? Are you a representative of the applicant, or are you speaking as a member of the public?
I'm speaking as a member of the public, but also refreshing your memory and giving some background as it relates to my work for the school district.
Then would you mind wrapping up your comments?
I'd like to just go to the one point back to this issue, and that is that we couldn't sell that property and have it conform with the parking requirements of the city of Folsom if those parcels were sold off. Otherwise, we would have had and created another $500,000 or more for the school district. So the point saying that we meet the parking requirements, you don't meet the parking requirements if these 2 parcels are sold off. And the historic integrity is diminished. As other board members have said, it's not the same setting as it was, and that's a very important part of the historical integrity. So I'm here to answer questions as it relates to my work for you as a school district, as doing the reuse analysis, doing the use permit, doing the registration and doing the sale. But I would respectfully request that the recommendation of the city decline this application because it destroys historical integrity, and the parking requirements aren't met in what is a single-family residential area. And you've been great stewards for 100 and some years. I'm disappointed that the Folsom Community Development Corporation doesn't share that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and does not look like we have anybody on Zoom. So let's bring it back to the board for public comments. Mr. Short?
I appreciate all the comments that you were saying there, but these are all the things that I was bringing up the fact back then because that's what I do for a living. I'm a consultant in land development and building zoning codes and stuff like that. But things have changed. The state law has now, under governor Newsom's, you sell that off, it's going to be high density, 4 single-family dwellings, 3 stories high, ADUs everywhere. That thing could be, and you sell it, you're not going to have control over that. The city's not going to have control over that. That's reality. I'm seeing developments of duplexes of 40 acres coming in some of the proposals where I'm consulting. So it's going to be high density because that makes more money, makes more things. So bottom line is going to be more money. So in the whole idea during that whole discussion, because we even said in our contract, we made several proposals. Hey, we said in the contract to finance it, please do not split it. You came back and said, no, we don't want that. Yeah. And then we said, then tacitly you're planning to split it. And no, I said, no, we won't do that. I said in the meetings, and they said, no, promise, we'll be good stewards. We will not do that. We're going to be really good. And I knew all the costs of clay. I've done a lot of its work. It had to be a company that would have the wherewithal to make this into a project. A lot of projects downtown Sacramento, they're the same bait. They have to gut them out, put structural, but they have to invest in them and make it a big money. They have to have a lot of capital behind them. Doesn't sound like FedCorp has a lot of capital behind them, which we knew they were struggling. So I don't know how we're going to be able to preserve this, but this layout here, as the public needs to be aware of, you got landscaping on the inside wall. Usually the city standards want to want a masonry wall between commercial and residential. How's that going to look? You have no view. This just basically just chops it up. There is no frontage improvement. There's nothing here it's gonna make it look. What we considered this building was an architect that built this as one of the other building downtown. One of the architects that built the big high rise down. This is the architect did it. This is a great preservation fabric of our community, and we need to really have our community involvement. We need to have our fabric and our registry and folks here really go to the city council and go to historic and talk about this, because if they are going to do that, there's got to be another way to do this where it doesn't do this. I get the financial business plan, you're trying to make it pay, but unfortunately you're going to have to keep it with no change of occupancy. Like I said in those meetings, you trigger and it goes to structural, and you have to just keep it where it is. If that's not the intent, then you want to make it a more high use, you're going to have to do structural renovations and make it in something different. But with that said, I would encourage the board, we can talk forever about this, the value of the money, but I think we should do a resolution to be in opposition of this. And I would encourage this board to be in that, because that's not what we intended in any of these discussions. We need to be good stewards still, even after we sell this, and preserve this for our community, because we are part of, this was our heritage that we're presenting to this community. So that's where I'm going.
Mr. Hui?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, again, it's really more or less the same comment. I can appreciate the disappointment that many of the community members feel, but as far as this board is concerned, I mean, it seems like an item that maybe would be more appropriate at the next Festivus. We've heard a lot of grievances here, but this isn't our responsibility anymore. We've sold this property. There's a plan in place in our contract. If this sort of thing happens, that's that we collect the entire note. Outside of that, I don't know what good it's going to do for us as a body to take up any more time doing something that seems more appropriate, maybe with the city council. So I am in favor of following the contract that we signed, but after that, we don't have a whole lot of other options here. It's done. So I'm not in favor of meeting with an architect. I'm not in favor of writing a resolution. I'm in favor of following the contract that we signed. If the people that signed it didn't do what we wanted them to do, I mean, it's out of our hands at this point. So as far as I'm concerned, I would love for this to be the last time we talk about this.
Mr. Hoover?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'll be honest. I was a little surprised to see this on our agenda. I think I missed something. I missed something because when the agenda came out, I was like, why are we discussing this again? I remember we discussed this, I think, for the first few years of my tenure on this board. And, you know, I fully respect that this is a conversation that needs to be had, and it's a conversation where we need to see all perspectives and all sides. But this simply is not the venue for that. And, you know, we are not experts in this whatsoever. We have made that very clear from the beginning. I think the one priority that we had during all of our discussions was ensuring that the building itself was on the historical registry, which we did. And so, you know, at this point in time, I think that if any members of this board want to participate in this process with the city, they should absolutely do that. And they should go to the city council meetings and write letters along with the rest of the community. I really don't see the value in continuing this discussion with this school district, given the fact that we are no longer the property owner. And honestly, this is the city's area of expertise. It is not our area of expertise. And so we could sit down, we could meet with architects and all those things. But first of all, we have no say whatsoever in this decision. And we also are not the experts in making these decisions. And neither is our staff. And our staff, I'll be perfectly honest with everyone in this room, our priority is to our students, our priority is to our schools, our priority is to them. And to be honest with you, continuing this discussion about a property we've already sold is honestly becoming, I think, a distraction from our core mission. I think that the city should absolutely have a stake in this discussion and has a serious role in this discussion. But this school district has a core mission to serve our students. This building no longer has students in it. And I would strongly recommend and urge that we let the city do its job and have this discussion with the community. And make the decision on this very important issue. I don't see a role for this board to continue this discussion.
Mr. Clark?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. A couple of questions. Is this property paid off?
No, there's a note still on the property.
So who carries the note right now?
We do.
So in essence, we still carry the note and it's not paid off yet. So we still have a voice in this, correct?
Well, we definitely have a relationship with the property and the owners. Yes.
Okay. With all due respect to my two colleagues, I think the conversation for this needs to go on. I think we need to talk about the intent of this property when it was sold, with what they were going to do with it. And I don't know, maybe I fell asleep during a board meeting and I missed a part where, well, we'll buy it and we'll preserve it and we'll keep it intact. That's what I heard. But now I'm hearing, well, we're buying it, we're going to pay you off. We need a little more time to pay you off. And now we're going to just split it up and we're going to make millions of dollars. That's our plan. For us, I think, you know, I'm on board with Ed on this. It's not working for me on this. I'm going to be totally serious with you. I mean, it kind of seems to me that this was a plan all along, and we kind of, you know, the word got took on this. But I just think that we need to have more conversation. We need to have the community around Mormon Street and Decatur and come out and voice their opinion. This, to me, is not a dead conversation when we're still owed money, when we still have the deed. I think we need to continue to talk about this. I mean, how long were we in conversation when we were selling this property? Years. I mean, yeah, I think we can come to a resolution, on this. But I just think that not only this board deserves more answers, I think the community deserves more answers, especially those who live around that area that are concerned. So I'm on board with doing a resolution, whatever it takes, in opposition of this project. Thank you.
Let me first start off by saying, how, I guess, very disappointed I am in FedCorp in wanting to split this parcel up. I did too, along with Mr. Short, sit through these conversations that we had 2.5 years ago. It was very clear to me, and I think everybody who sat in the room, that the intent was to keep the parcel together. And clearly this plan is not embracing that desire that was shared, I thought, universally by everybody in the room, including FedCorp, who purchased it. I do appreciate the fact that the building does require a lot of renovations that will cost a substantial amount of money, and that this is an opportunity to help those renovations. The fact of the matter is, this building needs a lot of tender loving care. But I have to say, well, first of all, I guess in a way I'm a little bit in between my two sets of colleagues, meaning that I'm very open to additional conversations with Mr. Gagliardi, given the fact that he wasn't able to make today's meeting. But I also agree that, that this, if this property was paid off, I mean, what are we going to serve as the steward of this property in perpetuity? I mean, 50 years from now, if someone's looking to demolish this building, is FCUSD going to be going to the city saying, do not destroy this building? I mean, at some point, we have to let go. I understand that it's our oldest building that was part of our district, being built in 1911, 15? All right, it's close. 1915. And, I would hope the passion of the Historic District Commission and the City Council will stop this. I mean, that's, to my colleague's point, that's where it needs to occur. And, I'm not certain, I'm not really buying into that the district, given the fact that the property or the note will be paid off with the proceeds. I just don't see our role in this, even though I 100% disagree with the FedCorp's decision to subdivide this property. As a student of history, I actually plan to go and testify as an individual against this project. But in the end, I think it is up to the city of Folsom and the city council and the Historic District Commission to decide the city's future with this property and not ours. But that being said, I'm open for a conversation with Mr. Gagliardi if you'd like to come in. Maybe Mr. Short.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. And I just want to kind of remind the board, we went, I believe, if I correct my memory, city and the school district applied to the registry of the historic state. Is that correct?
They provided a letter of support.
Yeah, so we
too,
did it in
yes.
conjunction. So we do have an obligation to the community because we are the ones, the applications to the Historic Commission. And if you've ever been involved in the Historic Commission, that's what I've done. We're part of that. So yeah, I'll be definitely want to talk about that. We're the ones, we're part of that. We're the ones that did that. Yeah, it's more than just a note. This is an obligation to the community. So yeah, I would like to do that.
So why don't we take Mr. Gagliardi up on his offer to come in and share more of what he's thinking with this property. I definitely would like Mr. Short to be available for that conversation.
Because I can say I am an expert in this.
Yeah, and you know, I think having Mr. Bernot would be involved in that conversation, since he's the one who helped with the historic preservation, to be part of the conversation as well.
Board President,
yes.
Can I ask you a question? I mean, I agree with all of your comments. It's not what I would do with the property. I have friends that live there. That's their alleyway. I'm not crazy about the building. I still don't understand what the school board is going to gain by meeting with Mr. Gagliardi.
Well, he's extended the offer. I think we're accepting the offer.
Do we want that to happen at a board level, or do you want a subcommittee of the board?
We could do a 2x2 maybe, if another board member wants to go.
I don't think it needs to be.
Just me,
I don't think it needs to be in front of the board. I think if you just have two board members, that's fine.
Yeah.
So, you know, so the bottom line is, at this point, unless there's something dramatic that comes out of this conversation with Mr. Gagliardi, I am not in favor of a resolution. But as a student of history, someone who loves history, you know, I do plan on making myself available to at least share my displeasure as an individual, not as a school board member, with this project.
So to summarize, I just want to make sure. I'm going to reach out to Mr. Gagliardi, set up a meeting outside of a board meeting with Mr. Reed and Mr. Short and Mr. Brunel to join us too. And to talk a little bit more about the development of what they have in mind. And did you also say you're in support or not in support of an opposition letter? I didn't.
I'm at this juncture, I am not in support of it, no.
Yeah, and I just want to, if I may, Mr. President, just to add that I agree with doing this outside of a board meeting. I think we need to keep these meetings focused on our students, and I just feel very strongly we also need to the greatest extent that we can, preserve our staff's time on our core mission, so.
All right, moving on to labor negotiations process. Superintendent.
Yes, this request is coming up from board from a previous meeting to talk a little.
1 second, was there public comment?
Oh, the May revise.
Oh, did I skip something? Oh, I did, I'm sorry. We don't need to hear about the May revise.
Yeah,
all right, Governor's May revised budget 22-23 overview.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah.
All right. Wow, I'm feeling the love. But we'll go quickly then. And obviously, there's a lot of positives to the governor's proposal. This information, just so you know, is just summary from what I've gathered. The big school services presentation is actually tomorrow. So it was mostly from newsletter releases and email that I gathered most of this information. Governor's proposal is $300 billion, $55 billion more than what we were proposed to us in January. The governor is doing some adjustments to the budget to work around the GAN limit. I think you're all aware of the GAN limit comes to you every year for the school district. It more or less caps the spending level based off of a growth calculation from the 70s. And because of the large surplus, they're having to do some specific entries to get underneath the limit. In spite of that, also the governor is talking about the fact that this is probably a high or a peak when it comes to revenues. And so we have to look at a lot of these dollars as one-time in nature. And you'll see that in how the governor is proposing some of the activities. Highlights, the COLA was shared earlier tonight, 6.56%, which is up from the 5.33% that was proposed in January. The difference of 1.23% is an additional $2.3 million or so for Folsom Cordova. Additionally, there is a COLA recommended for other programs that historically have not always received them, so that's great to see there. Additionally, the governor is proposing an increase to the base LCFF formula calculation, which would be beneficial, obviously, to the district. Back of the napkin, it equates to about a $6 million additional increase as well to the district. There is additional language about, for this year, due to all the impacts of COVID and independent study, our attendance rates have been significantly lower than historically. We're around 93%, where we've been closer to 95, 96%. So the governor is proposing that instead of using actual attendance, using your historical attendance times your enrollment, which really probably won't impact us too greatly because our enrollment dropped so much prior to previous to COVID that we'll probably end up using a 3-year average, which was already proposed in the January proposal. So the governor is proposing $8 billion as a one-time discretionary block grant to districts. Back of the napkin, that's about $26 million to Folsom Cordova. Again, when I say back of the napkin, that means I did the calculation versus someone giving us the numbers. So just there can be some adjustments there. I'm assuming 6 million students, dividing into the numbers to get the allocation potentially that we would receive. Universal, the one-time funds are pretty much open. It sounds like they may end up when we actually see the trailer bill that comes with it, they might be more specific. But what we're hearing is that it's for student learning loss and operating costs, but it's one-time in nature. So we always have to keep in mind that once those dollars are spent, just like our ending fund balance, there's questions about what do we do with those dollars. Anything that's ongoing, once you've spent it, you still have to continue to pay those expenditures. So once the one-time money's gone, then it hits the ongoing general fund. So that's why we try to use one-time monies for one-time expenses or for purposes that may generate an ongoing savings or benefit, right? Wherever we can. So we want to keep that in mind. We're also hoping that with that discretionary block grant that it actually is in a resource. If you recall, we are going to be capped going forward on how much reserves that we can have in the assigned, unassigned section of our ending fund balance, up to 10% of our expenditures, which is going to then require us either to take action to restrict those funds by committing them by the board or by moving those to another resource potentially or another fund potentially. And so hopefully these dollars are in a resource that won't require us to have to go and commit them to specific purposes and bring action with the board every time we want to spend the funds. So universal transitional kindergarten, as you're aware, we are expanding traditional kindergarten over the next few years so that eventually all 4-year-olds will be able to attend school from the beginning of the school year. That obviously is quite a costly endeavor because we're required to have lower class size staff to student ratio. It's 12-to-1 for next year, and then it goes down to 10-to-1. There is dollars associated with that that will come along with that. There's also a proposal, some more flexibility of who can be a TK teacher. They're trying, because obviously going down to 4-year-olds is going to impact preschool programs. Because those traditionally have gone to those programs would now be able to come to TK through the school district for free. So they're looking at trying to find ways to bring in preschool teachers into the credentialed program. And so there's some flexibility in that as well. The governor is also proposing using some one-time dollars, $4 billion, to help fund the backlog for the school facility program. And we have approximately $22 million currently on that list that we're waiting to get hopefully assigned or reimbursed for. So we don't know exactly how far along the $4 billion will go, but we're hoping that will then release some proceeds that are owed back to us. So special education, no significant change from the January proposal, but I will say the January proposal had significant dollars allocated towards special ed. I will be honest, we can always use more. The needs of our special ed students, we see continued needs and growth of those needs. And so really, and it's very hard. These are specialized positions. And so, you know, I think funding could definitely be increased for special ed and the services related to that for students. And so we'll take those dollars, but we would love to see additional allocations for special ed. Universal meals, we already talked about that back in January. All students next year will be able to eat breakfast and lunch for free. Again, that program now will be under the state instead of the federal government. So the impact on that for us is when the federal government did it this year, they eliminated the free and reduced application, which helped us streamline identifying of students. Next year, we will have to go back to the federal form, which is, as I've shared before, very difficult to complete. I've said it's more difficult than the 1040EZ form. And so the impact to our families is that they may not fill out the form because they're already going to get the meals for free. So there's not that same level of incentive. And so that could hurt us when our unduplicated pupil count occurs because families may not fill out those forms, those students don't get identified, and if they don't get identified, we don't get additional dollars for the services they need. And so that is a big concern for me and the entire team. In fact, we're putting kind of a small task force together to figure out how can we get communication out to our families, get them to complete those forms, because those dollars go directly to classrooms, they support programs and services for the sites, as well as district-wide support services that we'll be presenting information about. That's part of the LCAP. Those are the LCAP dollars that we talk about. ELOP, we had a great presentation today by Marie about the ELOP program, and the governor is allocating a little more, another $400 million, I say little, $400 million towards that program. So next steps. So where are we at now? The legislature has come through with their own proposals. The Assembly, their highlight is a COLA of 15%. So just so you know, the governor's proposal of the 6% COLA plus the $2 billion add-on is about 10% to the LCFF formula. Assembly is wanting to do a 15% increase to that funding. They're also wanting to increase the threshold for who qualifies for more or less free and reduced status. So that would identify more students who would be able to participate, and then obviously bring more dollars in through the supplemental and concentration funding for school districts. And then at the Senate level, they're also looking at a significant increase to the LCFF, an additional $5 billion growing to $10 billion, and then some additional one-time monies as well. One of the things that also I think it's on the Senate side is the home-to-school transportation. There's a proposal there to fund universal home-to-school transportation, similar as we're doing for food service, so every student can ride a bus. I think there's a lot of positives to that concept. The funding for transportation has not had any kind of increased COLA or anything since the LCFF formula has been put in place. And even prior to that, it never was catching up to the needs of the program, right? It was based off of, I believe, late 70s, early 80s, and then it was kind of, a COLA happened every so often, and that was about it. So as districts got bigger, even though their expansion of the number of students, their allocation did not grow with that. And so there's definitely an equity there. But school districts, a lot of them have stopped doing transportation, trying to implement transportation on top of ELOP and all these other things. You can imagine the amount of requirement to get the buses and the staff. And so that one would need to take some careful consideration if they're going to do something like that. So the requirement by June 15th, amazingly, the budget gets signed every year. That might have something to do with that legislature doesn't get paid if they don't get it done by June 15th, so it works in everybody's favor. And then once it's actually signed, we have 45 days as a district to update any changes to our budget that are material impact, which we bring that 45-day update to everybody, to the board. And then trailer bills, that some of those drag out for quite a ways. To be honest, a lot of times, if there's a new program, we don't even know the details of it, and we don't get our allocation until 2/3 of the year. So realistically, anytime you see a new program, don't expect it to be implemented probably till the following year, to be honest, just because it takes so long for the whole cycle and the system to get in place. So that's kind of where we're at. Questions?
All right. Board Member Gal, any questions?
I'm just curious, in order to get reduced fees or free transportation, is that the form for free and reduced lunch?
We do use that system, yes. So if a student would like to get reduced fees for their AP tests, so that is an incentive. Transportation is an incentive. And actually the ELOP program, if a family wants to have their children in the program for free, they would want to fill out the form. So there are some incentives, and when we created a flyer with Angela in the communication department, we made sure to include these benefits. But a lot of times it still doesn't get the same turnout that lunch and meals did. So, but we are working on trying to identify all the benefits of completing that form as early as possible. And last time we worked on trying to target it to a specific site and saying at your site, these are the things that happen because of this identification and support, so on these dollars. So please fill out this form, that kind of type of thing. So.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Hui?
Just one question on page 4 with that one-time discretionary block grant.
Yeah.
What's the time frame the district has to spend that money?
No clue yet.
Okay.
I would hope it would be open-ended. Yeah. If they're giving us flexibility for the intent of letting the site or the district make priorities, I would hope that they would just be some, like that we've gotten funding before, discretionary funding before, governor's performance awards, things like that years and years ago, where it was just open-ended. So it was the priority of the school district to determine the needs.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Board Member Short? No. Board Member Clark?
Thank you for the presentation, Sean. I know that they're having a meeting tomorrow to discuss more about this revise, and I'm gonna not make any comments on it until after I have the opportunity, myself and my colleague Ed Short, to meet with our CSBA delegates and hear a little more in detail about it and how we're looking at this as a delegate team. But thank you for the presentation.
You're very welcome.
Board Member Hoover?
None at this time.
My only question right now is related to the pension. There's nothing here specifically for pension buy down, is there?
Not specifically. What the governor in his address said is that the base increase and the one-time discretionary funds could be used for those purposes, but they're not specifically allocating dollars towards the pension buy down in any way.
But it could be used then. Or,
Yeah, the district, I mean, honestly, because it's unrestricted discretionary funds, especially on the base allocation, it's just going to get absorbed into the revenue side, and then corresponding as the expenditures increase, it will absorb those revenues. So yeah, I mean, by default, anytime you have an expenditure increase, that the new dollars go towards those things, so.
Okay. That's all I have right now. Even though it's open for, or it's just discussion, is there any public comment? Nope. All right, then let's move on to labor negotiations process. Superintendent.
Yes, this is a presentation that was requested by the board at a previous meeting, and tonight Mr. Ogden's going to share an overview of the negotiations process, a little history, and talk a little bit about the negotiation updates from each of our bargaining teams.
Thank you. I'm excited to talk about this tonight. This is something that we work on all the time in HR. And I noticed there's some students here in the audience. I'm sure they probably are sticking around because they heard there was a presentation on how labor negotiations work. So thanks for coming in. I know you're big fans of how labor negotiations works. I wanted to start off by giving a little history of labor in America. In the United States, the earliest state I could find of organized, that organized labor was going on, it was on the East Coast in Boston. There was the Shoemakers and Coppers Guilds organized in 1648. So I also have some other important dates in labor history. An interesting one, our Academica students were here and they were talking about they're going to be looking at the Revolutionary War. Well, our Declaration of Independence was actually signed in the Carpenters Hall in 1776. So that's a shout out to labor. There's a couple of other major events, that happened in the 1700s and the 1800s. I thought a very interesting one to bring to light was that in 1845, there was a major labor reform movement, and it was led by female labor to reduce the workday from 13 hours a day to 10. That's sort of amazing to think about. Also, there was a very large and effective strike back in 1881. It was led by over 3,000 black women who were laundry workers, and they made significant changes in their working conditions. In 1949, that's when Folsom Unified School District actually joined, the high school district joined with Granite Elementary District to become the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Just a short 300 years after the organized labor in Boston. So I thought that timeline was pretty impressive. Now, all of that labor that we're looking at pre-1962 was labor that was in the private sector. There was no public sector organizing before that. In 1962, President Kennedy issued an executive order, and in that executive order, he allowed the public sector to join in unions and to bargain. And so that's on this time scale, a rather recent event. The next date I'll jump down to, though I think that's important, is 1975. In 1975 in California, there was what's called the California Education Employment Relations Act, or EERA. That act is really the rules we still follow today when it comes to negotiations and bargaining. Another important date, though, also is when President Clinton put in the FMLA Family Medical Leave Act. Now, if you look at both of our contracts with each bargaining unit, the leave language is probably the thickest part of our contracts, and all of that is rather recent. The California Act I referred to is sometimes called the RADA Act, after the gentleman who inspired it, and really this is the framework that we use when we bargain. It requires that the school board and the union review their agreement or their collective bargaining agreement at least once every 3 years. The results of our bargaining determines the salaries, the benefits, the hours, the calendar, and working conditions of either teachers or our classified employees. Also, negotiations can tackle problems and address new issues that come up. And a good example that we all lived through was the impacts of our work conditions because of COVID-19. Annually, one of the things that the board will see as we sunshine or open the contract, our contract language in each bargaining unit allows us to open for 2 articles per year. And so that's why we do that. We're following these rules. So it seems like, well, why do you do this every year? This is sort of the rules of the game. The school board also, as you've always seen, when we bring something forward, there's a price to it. We always have how much, what is the final financial impact? That's one of the rules of the EERA. And then in the end, it always should end in some kind of signed agreement. So that's why we'll see the MOUs that are signed by me as the representative of the district and signed by the leader of either of the bargaining units. The purpose behind doing this in California was to improve the relations between employees and employers in the public schools. And some of these rules sometimes lead to some adversarial relationships, but I can tell you in this district, what we really try to do is we try to be advocates, but we also try and keep our relationships with each other. And that's a challenge sometimes, because sometimes negotiations do get a little heated. But the EERA does provide and guarantee rights. It guarantees individual rights, union rights, exclusive representation rights. It guarantees good faith bargaining on both sides. So there are times when a behavior will happen by labor or by management where the other group will say, well, we don't feel like you're bargaining in good faith. And that's technical language that we can actually appeal through the PERB board. And the board has heard me probably say that. If we're going to the PERB board, we're actually going to a neutral party that oversees labor in California. And there's a formal process to go through an impasse, a mediation, all the way up to having a PERB attorney make a decision. I hear sometimes, and I heard it today in our meeting, one of the people that called in had a comment about, what's negotiable or is that negotiable? Well, there's really a couple of things that we would consider our tests for negotiability. The first is it logically and reasonably related to wages, hours, or conditions of employment? If it's one of those 3 things, it's negotiable. When we say it's negotiable, that means that's different than something that is a unilateral decision that management can make. That's the 3rd bullet on here. The 3rd bullet is, if it's a fundamental educational policy, that is what management and the board, they can make the fundamental education decisions. However, they may have to bargain the impacts and effects of those decisions, okay? Also, sometimes, and that COVID was a good example, but if you can look at a situation and you can say, we're tackling this problem, and it's reasonable to believe that the best way to solve this is through collective negotiations, that's the appropriate way to deal with the conflict that might happen with a decision, then that's a test for negotiability, right? So those are sort of the three tests that we look at. Some things that are just clearly negotiable: wages, overtime pay, extra duty pay, stipends. When we were looking at that calendar, those calendars, one of the things that we had on that calendar were professional development dates. Okay, we negotiated with the bargaining unit what we were going to pay staff on those professional development dates. That's negotiable. Use of district vehicles is negotiable. Benefits, payroll deductions. We can't just deduct someone's pay in the private sector. Sometimes you hear somebody gets their pay docked. In our situation, we have to negotiate how we dock that pay. Hours for work, the work calendar, in services, PD days, holidays, vacations, leave, release time, prep time, evaluation process, that's negotiable. Promotions are negotiable. Transfers, reassignments, the grievance procedure, arbitration of grievances, and also if you're going to remove or transfer bargaining unit work away from what they consider their work, that's negotiable. So how do we do this? Well, what we do is we sort of set our own rules of the game. So EERA has rules. I apologize for the font on this one. But what I was just trying to get across here, there's a lot of things that we put in contracts, but I'll share our two contracts. So we have, I keep them color coded so I can keep track of which is which, but we have a blue contract and a yellow contract. The blue contract is for our teachers union. The yellow one is for our classified employees. And as you can see here, most of the items are go back and forth on these. An interesting thing that you might notice that's different is if you look at the blue contract, and you're looking at teachers, you can see that it's about 53 pages, whereas our contract for our CSA employees is 27 pages. So they're a little different, but most of the items on there are similar. And you can see that when I have my contracts, I've tabbed them myself, and I write notes in there. I get lots of calls and questions, and so my interpretation of this contract is an ongoing thing. I work really closely with our bargaining unit, our presidents, to make sure we're on the same page in interpretation of contracts so we don't go to grievances. So the other question is, what is management's prerogative or the board's prerogative? What decisions can management make unilaterally? But you may have to negotiate the impacts and effects of these decisions. But these are the prerogative: budget priorities, terms and conditions for management, policies and regulations governing non-employees, hiring decisions, staffing levels, decisions for layoffs, creation or abolition of classifications, and assignment of duties reasonably contemplated within the existing job. Those are all decisions that can be made by management. What's not negotiable? These are things that that come up all the time. And a good example came up today when Marie was talking about how do we staff those 88 positions. One of the comments that was made was, well, can you just add that to the person's time? Well, you can't create per ed code, you can't create a position for classified employees that's over 8 hours a day, right? So that or 40 hours a week, that's just not allowed. So you can't negotiate that. If there's there are federal laws and state laws about discrimination, you can't negotiate to change that. Discrimination is just not allowed. You're not allowed to negotiate around or have a language that would allow you to discriminate based on a protected class or a protected activity. Also, one union can't bargain the other union's work. So classified employees can't bargain working conditions for teachers or vice versa. And then another one you'll hear the word supersession. And what supersession means is we can't write anything in any of these contracts that supersedes ed code. And a really easy example to point out would be in our classified employees ed code. You'll find language in the ed code that says a probationary employee for up to 6 months. Okay? We can't have in our contract that it's 9 months or 12 months. It's up to 6 months. Now, we could make it shorter. We could be more generous. We could say it was 3 months, but we don't. We follow the ed code. The ed code is 6 months. When we wrote this, it was before that changed. So currently, the ed code has more strict language than we have in our last published contract. Our next publication will reflect ed code, and we'll go to 6 months rather than what we had before was after 6 months, if an employee didn't have a satisfactory evaluation at the mutual agreement between the employee and the manager, the employee could extend that probation 3 months to 9 months. That's no longer allowed in ed code. We have to make a decision at 6 months whether or not to keep a classified employee. We've talked sometimes about what we call effects or impact bargaining. An example of this is when the board made a decision, which was a fundamental educational decision on the instructional day of students. It didn't change the work day of teachers. Their work day remained the same, but did it or did it not have an impact on the working conditions? And so effects bargaining is typically non-bargainable decisions such as the instructional day of a student, which doesn't change the teacher's day, but do we have a duty to really negotiate the impacts and effects of that? And I would say in that situation, there are some things we probably would need to sit at the table and work through, and we have been with the bargaining unit. So it's the duty of us to provide advance notice to the union and an opportunity to bargain. So after, as that is another example, when the board made that decision with kindergarten going full day and first and second no longer doing early late, I sent notice to the teachers union and said, the board made a decision last night. Here's what the decision was. This may be something you want to talk about. Okay, so we do that. We have a duty to the union. The union has a duty also. The union has a duty to say, well, raise their hand and say, we want to bargain this. We want to demand to bargain this. If they don't, then they risk waiving that right to bargain the impacts and effects. And so also the demand must be pretty clear in what it does. It must identify what is within the scope of its work, what is changing in the working conditions, and they must clearly indicate a desire to bargain the effects, not the decision, right? So when we sit down and we've worked and our team has worked with the teachers in kinder, first and second grade already in some task force groups, what we've done is we said, okay, this is a decision. Okay, what's the impact and effect on your working conditions? What things can we do to make you successful with this transition next year? Okay, which is different than sitting down and saying, okay, we want to revisit the decision the board made and go back to the board and have a different decision. I think it's important that we highlight how we communicate. I know that news coming out of negotiations is not headlines typically. Sometimes it is if it's bad news, but the day-to-day stuff that we do, we meet a couple times a month with both bargaining units, at least once a month. And what we do is we share out in closed session. And so that's my responsibility. When we have closed session prior to board meetings, whatever's going on in negotiations, we bring it to the board's attention. We also have a district website that I'll show you some pages and show you how you can look up and people that are watching, like the students over there who are excitedly watching, I'll show you where you can look up bargaining stuff on the website. So we do a joint communication. We publish all of our contracts. We publish our MOUs. We publish our job descriptions, our salary schedule. That's all there. And then also when we do our monthly meetings, what we do is we do monthly or more than that with the bargaining units, with the full teams. But then beyond that, Dr. Klegan and myself meet with the labor leaders, and we do a small group meeting just to go over maybe some other things that weren't covered in bargaining. And then I get help from our communications department after bargaining. We typically will try and send a joint communication out. Sometimes we have multiple bargaining sessions very close together. We won't get one every session, but hopefully by the time we get caught up, we'll send out one when we get to some agreements. We also do announcements through the district website. If you were to go to the district websites and click on HR, other than looking for a job, there's other things on the HR website. And this is really the place that you find all the information about negotiations. Specifically, if you click on employee negotiations from that bar, what you'll see is three tabs. One is California School Employees Association, that's our classified employees. Folsom Cordova Education Association, that's our teachers union. and FCLA, which is our management group. If you click on one of those, you'll see a list like this. So here's, if you were to click on CSEA, this is the 21-22 list of MOUs that we've signed. Our joint communications are on here. If you click on any of those links, you can go directly and see the different MOUs. So they're always actively there. We don't put them up until after they're approved by the board. So we'll bring them to the board. After the board meeting, we'll put those up. The joint communications, after we send them to our communications department, the next thing we do is we upload them here. So this is ongoing and live. We got a little behind the 8 ball on this during COVID. We had so many things that were going on. We just didn't keep this as active as it had been before COVID. So this is back to where it used to be, which is it's being published as the board approves MOUs or collective agreements or job descriptions. All of this is now being updated within the next week. The model that we're using to negotiate is we each, with each different union, we schedule monthly meetings. We meet as a management team to create our priorities independent from labor. Labor creates their priorities. And then I'll talk to the president or the lead negotiator, and we'll jointly create an agenda based on the things that, we value and think are important. And I'm an agent of the board, and I work for the superintendent. So, that's who gives me the guidance on what our priorities are for negotiations. We typically give the union some time to plan before to meet because both teachers and classified employees, they have full-time jobs. Being a member of the negotiating is something they do in addition to their job. So we sometimes give them a little bit of time before in the morning, or sometimes the day before, or a couple days before to meet and go over some of the items we're going to go through in negotiations. In our negotiations, we have agendized items. So we all go in, we sit down together, look at the agenda, we prioritize what we want to get done that day. Sometimes there's, there's some challenges, but what we try and do is start every item with what we call collective thinking, where we're working together and we're saying, from my perspective as a manager, here's the constraints and here's the demands and here's the choices I see. As labor, they say the same thing. Here's the constraints we see with this issue. Here's some demands that, we would like to have or seen met. And here's some choices we see, to move forward. So we try and start with some informal conversations rather than adversarial bargaining, where we would walk in with an immediate proposal or labor would walk in with an immediate proposal. We try to start at a more of a middle ground, working together on formal proposals. And what we end up creating in the long run are contracts, MOUs, and job descriptions. When we do have those, we bring them forward to the board. After our meeting, we typically, like I said, give out joint communications, but the board in the end has to ratify any of the documents that I bring forward. The collective bargaining units have their own ratification process also. We're considered, though, to have the full negotiating authority when we meet. So if I sit down and I meet with the bargaining unit and I say, yeah, we are going to sign on this, and the bargaining unit says we're going to sign on this, we have an obligation to go back and work with who ratifies that and make sure we are operating within the parameters or scope that we are given. And that's why a lot of times, when we're talking about, what are the parameters of the decisions that we have to go into negotiations. And they have the same parameters on their end, right? They have different groups that they answer to before they come into negotiations. I just put on here a list of the people that are on our teams. So FCUSD, I'm the lead or the chair negotiator on both teams. Lori Emmington's on both teams. And then I have on here a couple of different people. But one of the names I want to highlight is Kim Bogard. Kim Bogard's our legal counsel. She works for Kingsley Bogard. She's a principal, and she's, she attends probably, I would say, 40% of our meetings in person with the teachers union, and probably less than that with classified employees. On their end, you'll probably recognize most of the names on the FCEA list. You know them all as teachers or school psychologists in our district. The one you may not know, but she has been to board meetings, is Mary McNulty. She's a labor rep for CTA. On CSEA, you'll recognize all those names. They've all been at board meetings, and you've seen them out at work. And Dominic is one person who you've actually met. He comes to some of the board meetings like Mary, and he actually works for CSEA as a labor rep. So those two come as their as their reps. Neither of them are attorneys, whereas, when we bring Kim Borgart, we're actually bringing an attorney. Sometimes Kim can't make it. So, for example, we did negotiations this week, and we had Lindsay Moore, who's another attorney for Kingsley Bogart, joined us. This is Deb, and I don't know if she's still on, but I thought I'd give an opportunity for Deb to say hi and, and if she had anything to add to how negotiations works. I shared this presentation with Deb and Rob. Deb, are you there? No, she's on.
No, she's gone.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Don. This is Debbie. Yeah, I mean, the overall picture is, whenever we have working condition changes based on the management decisions and the board decisions that are made, that is bargainable. And, my role as an executive officer is to bargain as the bargaining chair and also to organize our members in order to be able to speak to you and the board members as to situations that come up that we feel is important for the protection of our teachers and our students. So, thank you for the opportunity. We have been involved in several different activities throughout the year to work together. And I think that, we've been tested at times, but the overall goal is that we do come out and we're able to get things done and be able to work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Deb. And then also, I don't think I have a picture of Rob, but Rob, he was here in person. I don't know if
He gave up a little while.
I think you went home. Okay, is he Rob on the? Okay. So Rob, you met Rob. He was here today. So he represents CSA. He actually has two roles. He's the president, but he's also the lead negotiator. With the Teachers Association, there are two people that play those roles. When Rob is now retired, it is not uncommon for us to have a retired employee work as lead negotiator. When I started in the district, Steve Hansen was the lead negotiator and president, and he was retired at the time, and Rob took over from Steve. So, and introduce myself. My role of the three of us is I represent FCUSD. I'm the agent of the board. In negotiations, I represent the board. That's where my agency is. What I try and do is I try and represent and clearly communicate the goals and priorities of the board and the superintendent in negotiations. But where the advocacy for me is different than it is for labor. Labor has a responsibility to provide advocacy for the members they represent. My advocacy is an agent of the board, an agent of the superintendent, but in doing so, I'm also providing advocacy on behalf of students, advocacy on behalf of the community, advocacy on behalf of management. So there's different perspectives that perhaps I might bring to the table, and that's my responsibility. I think it's important in my role that I know what the board parameters are, and that's important for the board to know. That if you don't think I know what the parameters are, it's important for you to help me understand that and work with the superintendent so that we both have a clear vision of what those parameters are. And I try to work closely with the superintendent and work with the vision our superintendent has for our district, so that decisions that are made in negotiations are following the vision that Dr. Kaligian has for our district. And then in the end, I really try and present as clear as possible information to the board and to the superintendent. I try and keep things concise and not too wordy, and keep the updates quick and timely. My process, the way I do things, or the how of how I operate, is I'm an open door or phone or text person. All of the people that I work with in negotiations, I mean, even the labor members feel like, I know they feel like they can text me or call me or come by if they've got things to talk about. I shared earlier, we like to do a model that's more collaborative or collective thinking versus adversarial. I think it works in this district. It may not work at all districts, but I think it works in this district. I think if you look back at one of the major challenges we've had in the last couple of years, it was how do we get in-person instruction up and running again. I think the collaborative nature of our relationship with both bargaining units allowed us not only to get our students back sooner than any other districts, but functioning at a higher level, because we were able to be very creative with our classified and certificate employees on how they did their work when they came back to in-person instruction. We do schedule monthly meetings. Sometimes we have to move them around a little bit, but at least monthly. But when we were during COVID, we were doing weekly meetings. And all of those people that you saw committed to doing weekly meetings on top of their jobs, they were all doing weekly meetings to make sure that we were handling all of those different things that came up that were within the scope of negotiations. We have tried successfully to use a concept called the outward mindset. The outward mindset is a way of looking at relationships, and we've actually gone through a training with both bargaining teams and with both bargaining teams, management and labor, where we went through a training and looked at, I would say to sum this up, we looked at how do you deal with someone where you're able to basically see things through their eyes rather than just your eyes. Mm-hmm. And in labor, when we started thinking that way and saying, it's not just about me trying to get my message across to labor, but I need to understand where labor is coming from. I need to understand why this is a challenge for them, why they're understanding, or how they might not take this the way I intend it. I might intend one thing, but the impacts could be quite different. And so the outward mindset gave us some tools to work together and to be able to communicate, those things. And I think you may have seen that, those who've been on the board for a while, a change in how we communicate with labor and vice versa, how labor communicates with us. I think it's a much more transparent, clear, and healthy way of communicating. We do joint communications together. We do joint agendas together. That's how I prefer to do the work and how I think we do the work best. I think most importantly is that we want to move forward with advocacy, for the things that we feel strongly about, that are our vision, that we have agency with, while maintaining our relationships, not at the expense of relationships. Sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it takes patience, sometimes it takes, a phone call after a meeting just to check in with people and make sure everybody's okay, or to say, this is how I felt things went. How do you feel they went? Those are the kinds of things that we work to do to keep the relationship strong, because sometimes we have pretty tough meetings where people, are upset about things, and that happens. So we're working constantly on that relationship piece of it. And then the other piece, and I think this is important, and I try and help the board with this, I don't want the board to hear something from someone else, even if it's bad news, no surprises to the board, no surprises to the superintendent, no surprises to labor, and vice versa. We try and give each other a heads up as much as possible. Sometimes things do sneak in, but, as a rule of thumb, we act, with no surprises either way, and I try to support the board and the superintendent with no surprises. So currently, some of the things that we're negotiating, that are on the table, compensation is a big one, and Sean just shared with us that there's going to be some money available for negotiations, and so that is really what we're looking at for the 22-23 school year. There's going to be a little difference here because we've already negotiated a 2.5% raise for CSEA members going into next year. We pulled negotiations into this year. We said if we bargain with FCA and it's up over 2.5%, then we'll reopen for compensation. Okay. And then each group has different articles that they've opened on. Sometimes I open on 2, sometimes I'll open on 1. So you might see 2, 3, 4 items open at any time during this cycle. So you'll see that we're actually Article 2, 8, and 10 are open with our teachers union, and Articles 9, 8, 11, and 12 are open with CSEA. In addition, I do have on there, we have some impacts and effects bargaining currently going on regarding some of the decisions that the board made back in April with the teachers union. And then, of course, the question slide.
All right.
The students are probably wanting to come up right now. So.
Any questions over here? No? All right. Any questions?
So,
Mr. Hui?
yeah, thanks, Don. I appreciate the presentation. Just a few questions, actually. One would be, let's start on page 11 when we're talking about the non-bargainable decisions. I'm just curious, what is the process if, let's say the union thinks it should be bargainable, but the the board doesn't agree that that's the case?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. Typically, what we do is we'll say we think that this decision is a fundamental educational decision. They might say, well, we don't think so. We think this is something that we should bargain. The process is they actually can file, that's PERB, what I talked the very beginning. The PERB board goes through those. So if we don't agree with each other, we will go through a process. And that's where we really engage with our attorney on our side, and they engage with CSEA, labor reps, or the FCEA or CTA labor reps to help us through that process. Because you go to impasse, you go to mediation, and then sometimes you go to a PERB hearing, and basically a judge looks at the situation and makes a decision. And we've had that happen.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Are there situations where negotiations could legally take place in front of the public?
Well, I don't know. I can't think of a time when you would do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the Dome of Death or something.
Yeah, I'm like, that would be
I just
a
asked that,
reality
yeah.
show that
Well,
I tune into.
I know that, I asked, it's, if you're not kind of, I guess, privy to what's going on in those meetings, it can be really frustrating. I'm sure as an FCA member, teachers have been frustrated with the process, members of the public get frustrated with the process, and I'm trying to think of ways we can make it more transparent so that people know what's happening.
A very adversarial model would be a formal, you give just one formal proposal. You say, this is why we want it this way. You deliver it. Then you let them create a formal counter proposal,
yeah.
right, and deliver it. And that's your end of negotiations for the day. And then you publish those two
Sure.
proposals. And there are people that negotiate that way, and some of our neighbors negotiate that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, you do see some very adversarial negotiations going on, in labor.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that's even more transparent because, when they're in that room presenting those proposals, you're not hearing what they're saying in that room when they're presenting those proposals.
Yeah, I do wonder, maybe just more as a theoretical, not necessarily the negotiations that we have with our bargaining units.
Yeah.
If the public was more aware of what's going on, I wonder if it would be more adversarial, or if there would be more give and take. I don't know. So if I'm hearing you right, though, that it's a little unclear if negotiations must take place in private or if they could take place in the public sphere.
I mean, typically we don't negotiate in public.
I know we don't, but that's not because of law that we're aware of. Okay.
I don't know the answer.
I know that we often get a transcript of the negotiations. Is that something that could be released to the public legally?
I know that what we do is we take notes.
Mm-hmm.
If we were to record negotiations, they would have to consent. We would both mutually have to agree to allow those transcripts to go out.
Yeah.
So, and I can tell you that in the past, when we have talked about recording, and I think it was the first year that Sarah and I were here together, we were going to go to mediation on a situation, and one of the mediators wanted to record, and that was not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
It was not agreed upon.
Okay. Just a couple more. I know I mentioned this before, but I think it's Glendale Unified. They do put out a district communication, not a joint, that just states, let's say, for instance, the district offered 3%, the bargaining unit countered with 4%, and that's where we are right now. We haven't done anything like that. All of our communications have been joint. Is there a reason that we don't update the public with what our offers are and what the counter offers are?
It just hasn't been our practice.
Okay.
I mean, because we're, when we go, I can look at how we work on this together, and typically we'll work to a certain level where we may be at a point where it's like, well, this is where the district is, this is where the bargaining unit is. We'll go back to where we have agency, so I'll come back and talk to the board, which I've done, and say, we've gotten this far, here's our next steps, and you will give me parameters, and I'll go back, and they'll go back to their executive board and do the same thing. They'll say, we've only got these parameters with our executive board, so at this point, so it's really that type of governance structure versus going out to the whole public.
Yeah, yeah. I would like us to consider something like that. I mean, I think it's worthwhile letting the public know. I mean, I know I often feel a little bit hamstrung when I can't tell somebody, well, actually, here's what has happened, here's what you've heard, and that might not be the case. Boy, I think it would be really healthy for both the bargaining unit and us to be able to say, well, here is what was on the table and what was agreed upon and what wasn't. I would just really encourage us to consider being a lot more open with the communication around that. I don't think it would, I could understand the hesitancy because it might feel like it becomes more adversarial, but I just think the more we can have things out in the open, actually the less adversarial it would become. And again, I know I've mentioned it, I'm a broken record right now, but we may want to check out that Glendale Unified model and just see if that's something we might want to work with. But that's all the questions I have.
I forgot this is not an action item, so
Right.
this is my only opportunity.
Yes.
Yeah, so I just want to echo some of what Mr. Hui is saying, and I think it would be good to explore just some more transparency in bargaining because, I think what you just said made the point that Mr. Hui is trying to make. Nobody wants to record any of this. Well, why doesn't anyone want to record it? Because they want it to happen behind closed doors. And, to be honest with you, that should be concerning to the public. That should be concerning to anyone interested in our education system because these are proceedings that affect our students, right? And so, I think that as a district, we've always tried to, lean and err towards the side of transparency, and I think we do a pretty good job of it. I'm not trying to say that we don't do that, but I think sharing more of what goes on in these meetings is, I think sunlight is always the best disinfectant, right? And I think as a parent and a board member who's been serving here for a few years now and seeing how these negotiations go, I think Mr. Hui has a point that people act differently when people are watching. It's just, that's the reality of it. And when people aren't watching, they feel free to do things that they may not otherwise do. And so I think sunlight helps get rid of any of those issues and helps bring those things into the light. And I do like the idea of potentially explaining to the public as a district, hey, this is where things stand, And I don't find that adversarial. I think that if there are those that may find that adversarial, I think I think it's worth having that discussion. But it seems to me that transparency is always the best policy. So that would just be the comments that I have. Thanks.
All right. Just one quick question and then just an observation. My quick question is, how come sometimes it seems like it takes a while to get the bargaining parties together in a room? In the private sector, if you want to have a meeting, you get the meeting like sometimes the same day. We're like, we got to meet, let's meet 3 p.m., be there. Here, sometimes it seems like it takes weeks to get a meeting together. I know you have your monthly meeting, but in between those monthly meetings, sometimes some important issues come up, and timeliness is important. How come it sometimes takes, or is it just maybe from the outside perspective, it seems like it takes a long time and it really doesn't?
I can tell you that when we've needed to get meetings together, we've got them together. And like this, recently, we didn't have, I think we had 1 or 2 meetings scheduled till the end of the year. We put out a bunch of dates to the bargaining unit and said, here's dates that were available, and we scheduled some dates. So, we're able to schedule the dates when we need to, but they're teaching during the day and they negotiate during the day. So if it's a day that they've got something going on at their school, or a couple people have a conflict, or sometimes we've had situations this year where we don't have subs to cover, for people. And I know we had a classified meeting one time where we had to postpone it because we weren't able to get subs. We had a couple of special education paraprofessionals that weren't able to get subs. And so we said, okay, let's move it to another date because we don't want to impact instruction. So, we're trying to work together on these dates, but we do pre-schedule a bunch of dates at the beginning of the year. So we do have at least once a month. We do for additional ones, we try and get them in.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, as for what Mr. Huey and Mr. Hoover were talking about, I only know this because of CSBA. I forget if it was the Masters in Governance or if it was a class I attended at CSBA. It was both, where they, how collective bargaining is done is really up to the district and the union. And if they both agree to it, you can really do whatever the parties think is warranted. And there is one district, I don't remember what it was, but CSBA could tell us, that does do public bargaining. They meet, and the public is welcome to come in, sit down, and observe. They can't participate, but they could observe. So it is possible, but I think it obviously requires willing parties on both sides to be able to do that. So. Anyway, just an observation. So,
Board President?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm curious, maybe tonight it doesn't happen, but if this is something we can talk about, if there would be any appetite on the part of the board to, see how our unions would feel about doing something like that. I would be in favor of it. I would hope the unions would too, because, again, sunlight is the best disinfectant. I like the way Mr. Hoover put that, but, at least to have a conversation about the possibility of that. Is that something anybody else would be open to?
maybe that's not a topic for 10 o'clock tonight, but.
Yeah, I was going to say, some of this stuff is taught at CSBA conferences. I might encourage you to go to one day. It's a whole day, it's a module of the master's program. But I would like to hear from our attorneys on the openness, because it's a double-edged sword. If, sunlighting is also, if in groups and other people's looking in, they don't behave, different ways, but they also don't open up and they don't build trust either. So it's a double-edged sword. So there's a lot of research on that. So I think we should drop this and then actually advise that on our bargaining unions and see what our unions think.
Yeah, there's no harm in asking the question, but I agree with Mr. Short. I think before we ask the question, the board should at least know the pros and cons of asking the question. So, yeah.
Well, I'd be happy to see the pros and cons, so.
Yeah. All right.
Future time.
Any members of the public like to talk? No? All right. If this is for an assignment, we'll be happy to give you an A for sticking in. Okay. Alice has groupies. All right. If there's no public comment, let's move on to Superintendent's report.
Well, I think we know it's a busy time of the year with a lot of end-of-year activities, and I just want to say thank you to our students and our staff and our families, who are finishing strong, but also ways to celebrate end of year. We've all been to many of the events in the last couple of weeks, and all leading up to bringing closure to the year. So I encourage folks to reflect on what's been accomplished, our students as you're finishing the year, even our little ones as they're getting ready to move, from kindergarten to first grade or fifth grade to sixth grade, all those matriculations. And I want to share an early congratulations to all of our graduates, our class of 2022, our promotees, and to the students and their families, and especially our staff who've been there supporting them every step of the way. And just wishing everyone a strong and healthy finish to the year, and hopefully a restful summer. Thank you.
All right. Let's see, moving on to board member reports. We'll start off with board member Gao.
Thank you. I was going to say goodbye tonight, but since I will be attending the board meeting in June, I'll hold off on that. But I did want to say congratulations to all our graduating seniors and all of our students who are moving up a year and completing this grade. So congratulations to them. Thank you and good night.
Let's see, board member Hui? Nothing. Board member Short? Oh. Board member Clark?
Boy, do I have a lot. Well, Alice, I just want to say congratulations and thank you again. And one thing that we didn't mention is your work with your team on the SAB talent show. I really enjoyed it. I had problems uploading it, but obviously I was out of town, but I still had a chance to take a look at it. And, you know, we got some talent in this district. I love it. Congratulations to our Acadeca. You know, I know it's going back and forth between Vista and Folsom, and there, like I said, there's nothing wrong with the little friendly competition as long as Bella Vista doesn't get in the mix. So we're good with that. You know, they had a FCUSD teacher appreciation picnic, and I just want to thank whoever worked on it. It was a phenomenal event. I mean, the weather was nice. You know, teachers from the respective schools came out and hung out, and you know, of course, we as a board had an opportunity to talk them and basically thank them personally for all their hard work. Congratulations to our classified staff, our certificated staff, and our retirees for this year. I can't thank you enough for the work that you do, as well as our district leadership team. I mean, we've gone through some tough times, but you know, that light at the tunnel was a little dim. Now it's a floodlight, and we're moving right along. I can't wait until August when we start again. Last week, I had the opportunity to visit Folsom Middle, Riverview STEM, and Theodore Judah. I am taking some time off tomorrow to visit some schools. I'm not sure which one, but I'll let the superintendent and president know. And Monday as well, I look forward to the promotion ceremony at Folsom Cordova Community Charter, as well as the other ones that are coming up. Looks like I'll be attending Walnutwood, Adult Ed, Kinney High School, Mills Middle School, Folsom High, Mitchell, and Cordova High. So I look forward to attending those graduation and promotions. I wanted to touch a little bit on a program that I've talked about probably 3 years ago, that I'm hoping that the district can get on board and get behind this program. I talked to a parent out in Folsom last week and just asked them how things were going, and they said it was a little rough. You know, gas prices are high, and I have to try to make a decision on, you know, whether I'm driving all the way out to Roseville, using all my gas, or feeding my kids, you know, and it's like, wow, you know, it's tough, and I understand. But we have a program that's willing to help, and that's Blessings in a Backpack. And I know that some of our schools have taken advantage of it, but there's a few schools that haven't. And I know that there are families out there that have the food insecurities. This program is going to get them fed over the weekend. We've got the free lunch, we've got the free breakfast, but there's always the food on the weekends that these kids don't get. And statistically, studies show that if they're not healthy and food in their stomach, they're not learning. So hopefully we can get those schools on board and get these families fed. I also had the opportunity to hang out at Cordova, their senior fiesta day, Cordova Spring Concert, Day on the Green at Mitchell, and just yesterday I had a great time at Vista. They had their international night, which was held outside, and it was a lot of fun. So congratulations to all those schools and their programs. And I've got another comment that I'll make, but that's during the suggested agenda item. So thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Let's see. I haven't done you yet.
No.
Mr. Hoover.
Not much to report. Looking forward to graduations. Thank you, Alice, for everything you've done, and I guess we'll see you next time. And I just want to echo Mr. Clark. You know, I won't name names, but I agree with Mr. Clark. We need to be taking advantage of these opportunities like blessings in a backpack. And if anyone wants to put two and two together, one of the schools not doing that is my kid's school. And it happens to be a school with a lot of kids that have a lot of needs. I would love to see more sites take advantage of it. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. All right. So I'll hold off on my thanking Alice since we've cajoled her into attending June meetings, which, by the way, I think you continue to break the mold because I believe you might be the first board member that I can think of who has attended the June meetings. So thank you. I know it's summertime and you don't have to do it, but we appreciate it. And then, obviously, congratulations to the class of 2022. It's, 13 years of very hard work that you've done. It's all leading to your graduation. And what an exciting time. I remember being in high school, graduating, and a lot of fond memories, and just the excitement of the possibilities of your future, regardless of what you do. If you go right into the workforce, you go in the military, you go to college, it's an exciting time. So just embrace it. And a little scary too, and that's okay. Scary is okay. But congratulations to the class of 2022. And then I just, I kind of just would like to say in response, or a couple words related to the shooting in Buffalo. I actually went to college 3 to 4 blocks from where the shooting took place. The Hamlin Park neighborhood is a wonderful community. Wonderful people live there. It was very sad to see what transpired there. And, if anything, it just, hits home that, we all need to do more to improve race relations in this country, regardless of your race. I don't care what your race is. We all have a role to play to improve race relations. And I know the district is doing our part, but when tragedies like this occur, it makes you think, maybe we can do more. We always should be striving to do more. So I just wanted to kind of reflect on that a little. So that's all I have for this evening. So let's move on to advanced planning. Our next board meeting is on June. Well, actually, we have a June.
We have a study session
On the 4th.
On the 4th. So that's not listed here. Our study session is on June 4th.
Yes.
10 a.m.? What time is it?
We were going to do closed session at 9 and open session at 10.
Okay, so closed session 9, open session at 10. And then our next regularly scheduled board meeting is on June 9th. The 12-month calendar is there for everybody to take a look at. And then suggested future agenda items. Board member Gal, you got anything? No? Board member Hui.
Just when we had talked about it a little bit earlier, I'd love to see, I don't know, we want to call it a pros and cons list of an open bargaining session. If that's something people are open to at least exploring.
Okay, with our attorney, I take it?
Sure.
Yeah, all right, okay. Let's see, board member Short.
I'll just throw in and say yeah on that, just so that we have consensus.
I don't know how the board feeds. I was watching some CSBA stuff. I'm going to be attending Saturday, but vaping and smoking is a big issue in the Healthy Kids Initiative. So I don't know if the board or other board members would be interested in teeing that up for the board discussion on our next initiative. So that's all I have.
I'd support that wholeheartedly. And actually, for discussion purposes, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of where Mr. Hui is going, but I will give it a third yay just to have that conversation move forward. Is there a third person that would support Mr. Short's?
Well, Mr. President,
yeah.
I'm not sure if Mr. Short was done. I kind of wanted to add on to that.
Yeah.
just so we can revisit our smoking and vaping. But I wanted to add another subject area, which has been running rampant, not only in this district, but other districts. And we were fortunate enough to have a presentation at Vista del Lago with Chris and Laura Diddler about the effects of fentanyl poisoning. I think it's something that we need to look at, possibly have a presentation by Laura and Chris, and just maybe look at a resolution kind of supporting our, district stance on all this, just the dangers of vaping and smoking and the fentanyl poisoning. So
absolutely. Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Right, thank you.
You done? Yeah. Okay, Mr. Hoover?
Can we scroll down a little on this? Because I can't see it all. Let's see. I just want to... I won't rehash what I said last time, but that all still stands. So looking forward to talking to about those things. But one idea I wanted to bring up, and students should probably close their ears. I would love this district to have a cell phone free week in the 2022-23 school year.
Healthy kids understand.
And
they're gone.
That's healthy.
I know. Close your ears.
No,
but
they're supporters.
They're seniors.
That's true. You guys are fine. Look, I know we got cell phone policies, controversial. Everyone feels differently. But I just think it could maybe even be paired with a mental health week. I don't know. But I think a mental health, so just a week to focus on mental health, cell phone free, connect with your peers without phones. I'm not that old school. I know that texting is awesome, but I just think it might be good. And maybe we can incorporate some activities during that week, at our secondary campuses to encourage, just connection. Because I do think a lot of the mental health issues is coming from a lack of connection. And I don't blame all of it on cell phones, but I do think they contribute. And I also think that it's good sometimes to just unplug and actually talk to each other. So that's just an idea I have to explore for next school year if we can, and maybe do a resolution in the summer or something. I don't know, but wanted to put it out there.
Thank you, Mr. Hoover. And actually, just to tie into that, actually, I was going to suggest something like that, but not a board initiated. I was actually going to chat with Board Member Gao's successors and see if the students would be potentially interested in a self-challenge. I mean, I'd rather it not be the district mandating them not to use cell phones.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see it come from the students, the student leadership challenging. Can you make it a week without your cell phone on campus? And having having things that students can do at lunchtime, activities to help with their jitters of not having a phone on them.
I'm not sure how many students would take you up on that challenge.
Well,
Protesting.
it would be interesting. It would be interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, just an idea.
Yeah.
Going hand in hand with that, and this is a follow-up from the parent information night
Yeah.
we had on cyber safety. We have a parent and who's also an MFT present at that event, and I did ask if she was available maybe to come to a future meeting to share that same presentation.
Okay.
And Ms. Richardson is available, and I think the
good.
first meeting in September to do
That's
that.
awesome.
That'd be
Yeah,
really
I
good.
attended that presentation, and I think Ms. Richardson did a wonderful presentation. It was eye-opening. It's something that I think every member of the board, including the student board representatives, need to hear. So that's great. Thank you. Let's see. As for myself, I just want to actually daylight for transparency purposes, a request that I made with the superintendent, just so it's officially out there, is, I asked the superintendent if we could potentially get a presentation from staff on employee housing. We live in a very, very expensive area, and some school districts in other very expensive areas have built staff housing, and they rent the staff housing out at below market rates. I mean, obviously, they do pay for the construction and the upkeep, but it would be below what the rates would be out in Folsom and Rancho Cordova. I'm not saying that, that we should do it. I'm just kind of curious to learn more about it, because other districts are doing it across this country. And given, the fact that we live in a very high-priced area and we do struggle to find employees from time to time, I think this would be a wonderful benefit, especially for recent college graduates when they look at affordability of the region where they're looking to be hired. I'd like them to see Folsom and Rancho Cordova as being a competitive area, even though it perhaps is out of their price range for housing, because we offer something like that. In fact, if we have this presentation, I would love for us to invite a representative from the school district in the Bay Area that's actually doing this to be part of that presentation. I'd love to hear their thought process, what their board discussed, what their staff discussed as pros and cons. And since it's not too far away, maybe they would accommodate it coming in, or maybe we could even Zoom them in if that's an issue. So I guess, is there two other individuals who would at the very least like to hear a presentation like that?
I think I mentioned it once before. I would be interested.
That's
fine.
fine.
I think there's some even grant money out there. So.
Okay. All right. So we have a consensus on that. All right. So that's all I have. All right. Now, unlike the prior meetings, the board did not finish all of their business in closed session. So we will be adjourning to finish our closed session. I don't think it's going to be long, probably 20 minutes. I'll go with 20 minutes. So that's the challenge.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Do we have to extend the meeting?
Looks like we'll pass that 10:30 threshold. So I would like to make a motion to extend the board meeting until 11, just to be safe.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All right, Superintendent, take the roll.
Ms. Gow? Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Hoover?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Mr. Short?
Aye.
Mr. Hui?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, so we will be back and finish out before 11. I'm going to challenge the board on that.
Alice can go home then.
Before, and yes, the student board member can go home. I don't think.
With their crew.
I don't think there's anything that we will be reporting out, so that's fine. All right, so we are adjourned to closed session. All right, welcome back. The board just returned from closed session. Superintendent, is there anything to report out?
No action to report out of closed session.
All right, so that is our last agenda item. So if there's no objection, we will adjourn the meeting by unanimous consent. Is there an objection? All right. Where it goes.